Yo, what's up, everybody? Welcome. So, Pokemon Champions again today. I think I forgot to do my free recruitment yesterday. I was pretty busy. So I didn't like log in to recruit. I've been thinking about adding either Mega Golurk or Mega Chestnut to the team. Hmm. None of these are on my like to recruit list. I already have Heracross and Scizor. Mudsdale could be very interesting. Because right now I have Heracross potentially trying out Earthquake, but having something with a ground stab could be a little bit better for me. I did see that there was some Mega Golurk sets going around, with got Headlong Rush and Ice Punch. I thought that was a pretty good replacement for maybe Dragonite on my team. Still having some anti-dragon stuff going on there. So I think we'll add Mudsdale. Good. I feel like kind of tired, oddly. Like I woke up, took the puppers out, had some coffee, but I don't know, it feels like one of those days where the coffee just isn't hitting like it should. I'm supposed to pick up Torkoal here, right? Just like don't even think about it. I should be using my permanent recruitment tickets actually to save VP so I can try to roll more. Well, if I don't get Mega Golurk or Mega Chestnut, we'll just keep going with the current team. But the goal is to pick up a Golurk. I think it was offered to me once. There's Venusaur, Garchomp also. I mean, I could run Garchomp over Dragonite because Garchomp actually outspeeds Mega Dragonite. And we kind of get the same idea of being able to have a ground stab on the team, but also some anti-dragon, just running like Dragon Claw or whatever. It is physical though, which can be a little sad. And of course, there's Venusaur, which is just a great bulky, support mon with sleep powder and everything. I'm kind of doing my own thing, of course. It's really funny how most of the really good Pokemon in this game are, just like making you build the same team. I haven't been doing like massive amounts of pulling, I got a pretty solid team pretty quickly from what I. Empoleon's kind of cool. Arcanine is also on my original list, having some Intimidate. We've got Armarouge, though, for our fire on the team. Maybe we pick up Empoleon. Empoleon does get competitive, which is kind of cool. So that way, its stats won't be lowered, but it'll also copy stat increases from other Pokemon. Like if they try to set up, then Empoleon will copy that. A shiny. I think that's what that means. Did you see that? There was like a sparkly glow. Is it this one? The clips I've seen online, it shows that one of the Pokemon has like their little box here has a glow around it. Did I hallucinate that? Or is it just because we get orange Florges? I know there's like multiple forms of this thing. I guess we just add Tyranitar to the squad. Tyranitar's always good. I've also, you know, Hisuian Arcanine was kind of also on my radar. Yeah, I'm going to Blaspheme and actually take Hisuian Arcanine over Tyranitar. I can definitely see this being pretty... I got lucky by getting Pokemon that I liked pretty quickly. There's Chestnut. Okay, so I guess Mega Chestnut is where we're going to run with this team. We'll see if it fits in. How many Pokemon do I actually have? 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. So for Armarouge, I like having Wide Guard. I'm still curious if I actually want to have Psychic. It's just a nice stab move, I suppose. I was getting a little cheeky with Corviknight. I put Hurricane on it because Hurricane is a decently damaging flying move. And in rain, it becomes 100% accurate. So I figured that if I'm facing an end board or, excuse me, a team that has rain set up, then I get to just kind of click on Hurricane. I'm not entirely sure about U-Turn. Based on some other Corviknight sets that I've been seeing, not a lot of people are running U-Turn, and I'm wondering how much I actually care. If maybe I have a Tailwind set up, then the U-Turn... My speed is so low, I can't do anything tricky. It's better to just switch out rather than trying to go for a U-Turn. I don't know if there's any specific... Yeah, I think I went... Yeah, I went live a little bit early today, Zabanes. But, I mean, Body Press is great. We'll still consider it. I've got Ceruledge as well. And Farigiraf, one thing I wanted to do over here is I think I want to give Farigiraf Helping Hand. Overriding Dazzling Gleam is a little sus, because I do like the chip damage. It's just that if we're across from something that I can't Hyper Voice, then it's not the end of the world, right? Helping Hand also lets Farigiraf do something if we don't have Trick Room up. I think I'd like to give that a shot. The Protect is interesting because people will kind of double up on Farigiraf so that it can't actually cast Trick Room, and if we can predict that and Protect, it is quite strong. I suppose we just have to give it a shot, right? Helping Hand really does maybe help with some damage calculations as well. And you can see Mega Chestnut is slow as heck, so this is... The Knighthood is just generally becoming a Trick Room team. High attack, high defense. I don't think we really care about speed investment. This might matter, having 86 speed to go faster than other, like, really slow Pokemon. I think I would rather invest into HP, though, but I'm not entirely sure. It might be fine. 163 base HP seems good. But this is the menu I was talking about, where this is where it would be more useful to be able to see meta data, see what other Mega Chestnut sets people are running, that sort of stuff. But let's have a look here. Steel Roller removes terrain. Because we're grass and fighting. We actually don't really have any grass stab on the team. We had Gyro Ball is like a default move on Armor Rouge, but actually clicking a grass type move isn't that relevant. But there is a lot of sand teams, I suppose, out there. You're hitting them for neutral damage. Wood armor. We want to filter by physical. Is it move category? Yeah. I do kind of like the superpower. Body press actually kind of makes a lot of sense for Chestnut because he's like very heavy. If we're going to be running Mega Chestnut, then we don't have to go for attack investment. And we do go for the HP investment. We just have a tanky boy. And already 139 attack is very respectable. And that way we kind of have the best of both worlds where we can do body press and then do some other physical moves on top. Did it save my filters? No. We do learn Dragon Claw. I wonder if the calculation on that actually matters. There's also the Brick Break technology. I was trying to set it up with Heracross, but I just could never seem to line it up. But Mega Chestnut being grass means it's also weak to ice, you know? Super Fang. What other support or status moves do you get? Endure, Belly Drum, Learns Protect, Learns Spiky Shield. Which is just Protect with a little bit of extra icing on it, where it deals damage to whoever swings in. But I might be just so bulky that I don't actually need to protect all like that. Leech Seed also has some interesting ideas. Because they recently buffed this move. It says gives the target the Leech Seeded status. But Leech Seed is like 1/8 and not 1/16 now. I wonder. Yeah, I feel like Mega Chestnut would be very similar to... Wait, battle data. No, they do have it here. Oh, wait. Yeah, I just saw at the top. In this menu, when you're actually changing the move, you see up there, it says battle data. So you can look at it. So it's body press, spiky shield, wood hammer, iron defense. Iron defense does make a lot of sense, where you set up iron defense and you start body pressing things. Wood hammer, spiky shield. Wide guard, also kind of cool. That way we have 2 wide guard users on the team, so Chestnut can help protect. And if it's in a bad spot where I don't need to bring Armor Rouge. Very interesting. I think I'm going to go for like body press, wood hammer, iron defense, wide guard. Yeah, I kind of like that. I think wide guard is really, really broken in this meta. Did you draw the thumbnail for this stream, or is it a repurposed one? I did draw it, but it is also repurposed. I originally drew it for Joey when he did a Mega Golurk video. So I just kit bashed it for the YouTube stream. I just didn't wake up early enough. Yeah, I didn't wake up early enough to Leech Seed or Wide Guard? I think we'd want Leech Seed. Because if we get Leech Seed set up, then Chestnut can just sit there and set up on people. And then instead of Wide Guard, I'll run Wood Hammer. Good, good. I haven't played yet. I did some recruiting. I was fishing for Mega Golurk, but I ended up getting Chestnut instead. So I'm gonna run some Chestnut on the team. I was hoping for Golurk because it would be maybe a better anti-dragon. Garchomp outspeeds Mega Dragonite, so it's really hard for me to find the right spot to get in and land a Ice Beam or something on Garchomp. We don't really care about Overgrow. Bulletproof might be interesting. Just random immunity to ball and bomb moves. So like Shadow Ball. I think Moonblast counts. Can I? Hang on. I'm not exactly sure what the list of moves that actually count. Let me look that up. There should be a thing that you click inside the ability description where you can read what moves count. It says bomb and ball, and that's a little bit too discoverable for me. All right, moves affected. Acid Spray, Aura Sphere, Barrage, Beak Blast, Bullet Seed, Egg Bomb, Electro Ball, Energy Ball, Focus Blast, Gyro Ball, Ice Ball, Magnet Bomb, Mist Ball, Mud Bomb, Octazooka, Pollen Puff, Rock Blast, Rock Wrecker, Searing Shot, Seed Bomb, Shadow Ball, Sludge Bomb, Weather Ball, and Zap Cannon. Weather Ball is going to destroy a lot of people. They don't know about nothing. Do we want maybe a plus defense nature so that body press hits harder? I'm in Ultra Ball hell. I keep bouncing from Ultra Ball 2 to 4. I swear I've seen it all. All the teams are random. I've seen Focus Sash on Pokemon that I didn't even know existed. That's what makes it fun, though. I'm glad that there's still some variety. Oh, I should have used the I should have used a training ticket. I forgot to press the button to swap it. So I put Helping Hand on Farigiraf. I was looking into running Smart Strike on Heracross, so I have a little bit more anti-fairy coverage. I'm not entirely sold on the Earthquake as yet. And I think I've decided, because I'm choiced, I think I do want to run Guts. I've been jumping back and forth. Like, the Moxie boost is cute, but my opponent sending out something else that resists fighting or whatever, you know, because they're worried about the close combat. I can't switch to a different move and take advantage of the Moxie boost. I think I'd rather just go for Guts, and then that way, if I ever eat like a random burn or random poison or something, then I'll be able to, you know, get a little bit of punch out of there. I also saw there was a set for Aegislash running Sacred Sword. We have got a lot of fighting coverage, so I don't know if I actually care about the fighting coverage on Aegislash. I feel like having the Swords Dance sweep idea is probably a little bit more in line with how I've been using the Aegislash. Oh my god, dude, Quick Claw should not be in the game. I 100% agree with that. Quick Claw is insane. I cannot believe that I can't believe that item still exists. Maybe now, especially since I recruited Mega Chestnut, that's way too much fighting coverage that I don't really need. And I'm trying to think if there's ever a Pokemon that I can't click Poltergeist or Ironhead into that Sacred Sword is better. On the other hand, I just saw a game where Shimmer was like, "Oh, you Quick Clawed me? Well, here's my highest defense Pokemon. Have fun tickling me." Yeah, sometimes it doesn't matter if a Pokemon moves slightly out of the order that you expect, but other times it's extremely clutch. Especially like in Trick Room, it's just I had to take turns. I had to take tempo in order to set up this scenario. And you still get to screw me over? Like, in Trick Room, Quick Claw should make that Pokemon move last. It should reverse Quick Claw as well. But we have to do a bunch of battles today and grind up more VP. Oh, wait. Mega Chestnutite. Do I already have it? Hmm? Is Mega Chestnut not in the game? I thought it was. Do I already have it? It might be one of the default ones they start you with. Also, while you were sleeping, people caught up with your Wide Guard tech. I've seen Aerodactyl using Wide Guard to win the Rock Slide v Rock Slide battle. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. Wide Guard is so insane. Because you stop Blizzard. Like, there's so much spread damage. In Scarlet and Violet, spread damage was mostly like Dazzling Gleam and Psy Spam. You know, like, there's only a few moves that actually dealt spread damage because it was like, there's a natural damage debuff when you use a multi-hitting move like that. Wait, am I actually, like, hallucinating and Chestnut is not in the Mega Chestnut's not in the game? Yeah, exactly. Like Blizzard, Heat Wave, and Rock Slide are all top meta. And you stop like Earthquake. And you can use you can use Wide Guard as a protect as well. If you're using a move like Surf or Earthquake that's going to hit your partner, they can Wide Guard to protect themselves from that self damage and potentially protect their partner from a counterattack. It's actually so good. I must have hallucinated and scrolled right past it. I don't mind if we're just going to be running regular Chestnut, but I thought Mega Chestnut was in the game. Wow, that's really unfortunate. Wolfie was running Earthworm Mega Frost last set on stream today, so prepare to see a bunch of those while you climb. Yeah, I've been really struggling against Frostlass in general, so it's gonna be a test trying to get through. But his team isn't Aurora Veil, right? It's just a setup and Blizzard sweeping team, so I might actually be able to outplay it with Wide Guard. We'll see. Nope. New arrivals or VP cost. Yeah, so there's like a lot of features for looking at data and sorting things. Do I need to premium pass? That would be so cringe. Hang on. Because I know you get like Feraligatorite and stuff for free, but I don't think there's any that are specifically premium locked. You know, there's some like cosmetics where it's the outfit from Legend ZA. Like you get Feraligator and Feraligatorite for free, and Embor and Emborite for free. I heard some people complaining about pay to win. I mean, it's kind of like a trading card game, you know, where the people who have the collection already and they have like good quote unquote decks built already are going to maul you. But I know that in the Pokemon TCG, like skill is also a really big important part. It is going to be really annoying if you see and we talked about this actually, where you haven't played Pokemon Champions yet, but you just got a Switch 2 and you're like, oh, hell yeah, let's see what Pokemon Champions is about. And then you go and Wolf's playing Mega Frostlass and you want to play that specific team because of Floette. Oh, that's right. I did forget about that. Yeah, Mega Floette is only available through Legend ZA. Yeah, the all the cards analogy is best. It's like you'll eventually catch up and be able to build something. It's unfortunate that so many players were saying, no, don't try to build your own team. I thought I saw a clip of Mega Chestnut in Champions. Wow. What the fuck? In order to get Chestnut's Megastone in Champions, you have to bring it over from ZA. God damn it. Wow, that's got to be a crazy oversight. I don't mind paying VP for the Megastone. I don't mind paying VP for the Megastone. That can't be. That's fucked. Yeah, I mean, with the Floette thing, if you want to compare it with the TCG, it'd be like the same as not having a staple in your deck because only the people that played a certain event 3 months ago you weren't aware of. I'm not going to buy Legend ZA just to get the Mega Chestnut Stone for my team. I'm just going to go back to the recruitment ranch and I'm just going to pull for Golurk instead. Because I was like, oh, cool. A Pokemon that's different from the one that I was expecting to get. I'll try to work this into my team. Like, that's what you want players to do. I mean, I'm not sure if anything is technically locked, since I think you can trade stuff over, but if Champions is your only Pokemon game, a lot of stuff is locked behind a paywall. And like I said, I don't mind, you know, adding whatever. I was perfectly fine, you know, just grinding. It's fine at all until the day a tier 0 team of having a Pokemon you can only get by playing 40 hours a game you don't have. I know people were like really complaining about Ursaluna. Because Blood Moon Ursaluna, you had to have beaten the base game and bought the DLC in order to get Ursaluna. It's all about the money. It doesn't need to be. Because Pokemon Champions is going to get people into playing competitive Pokemon. You know what I mean? If you absolutely want to be the very best like no one ever was, you are going to fork over that money, right? If Mega Chestnut was legit like insane tier 0 right now, people probably would be playing through ZA right now trying to grind for it, but that is very, very cringe. That's really upsetting. From what I understand, there's no like premium currency. That's just got to be an oversight. Because not every Mega Pokemon is in the game. Do I already have Lucario? No, I guess I don't. There's a little Pokeball symbol for if you already have the Pokemon or not. Champions Gotcha is the worst type because of 2 reasons. You don't have a pity system where you can target them on you want, and 2, they have repeats, so technically you can't improve your odds of getting what you want. Yeah, that is very true. And because it's so easy to just change a Pokemon around, I wish they did the thing where when you paid and invested in that Pokemon to unlock its move, and then you're able to just like switch your moves and stuff for free. You pay once up front to unlock that move, and then you can switch them out as you please. Especially, like I say, if you're on the fence about a couple moves, or if the meta shifts and you want to change your move, you've already paid and invested in that. And it will allow people to accumulate VP in the long run. God, and I guess, you know, I get noob trapped because I was like, oh yeah, I'll switch around the Mega Chestnut. And we didn't get Golurk. I guess I could run Mega Meganium in that slot. And then I can hit like Dazzling Gleam or just a fairy move to be my anti-dragon for the team. But here's the thing, right? There is no monetization in this game outside of the premium subscription and the battle pass. You know what I mean? For a gacha game to monetize, you don't want these one-off purchases. You want to have more specific pressure around premium currency or buy a batch of quick tickets or stuff like that. I guess it's like it plays better with this being technically a children's game, and it, like we were talking about before with regulations in Europe. But me having the premium membership like doesn't get me Golurk. You know, it doesn't get me the Mega Chestnut Stone that I want. I don't know. I am fortunate that I have built a pretty decent team already, but I am very salty that I can't run Mega Chestnut. I guess I would want like Miracle Seed or something. I don't know. Let's try it. I think they'll add a bunch of new ways to buy and get VP when it comes out in June on Android. I have no evidence. I don't know like how Pokemon Unite or Pokemon Go has additional monetization very deeply, because those are also mobile games. So the landscape of what you're charging for does shift quite dramatically there. You'll notice they don't brand champions as free to play. They created a new nomenclature, free to start. And like I say, I don't know exactly how that affects things. It probably meshes better with European laws or something. Because I know that laws in Europe are some of the things that Pokemon games tend to butt up against. Might be Fake Out Mega Kangaskhan. Might be a standard Dragonite. Shiny Dragonite. This is just a solid, balanced team. A lot of Mega potential, right? But it looks like just balance hit hard. I've gotten blown up by Kangaskhan before, so having a Ghost is quite nice. It's not scrappy. I think we lead for Farigiraf, and honestly, I think Heracross can just click whatever it wants into that team. Is that the world famous Scarzig? Yo, what's up, Kibby? Welcome, welcome. That's crazy. I didn't realize that there were Mega Stones that weren't in the game, but the Mega Pokemon was still available. So I'm just running standard Chestnut. It's crazy. Oh, I forgot about Intimidate. I think I'm going to Helping Hand. I do have Smart Strike. Like I said, some anti-fairy coverage. Let's see if I can blow up this Gardevoir. It's one of those things that hasn't come up yet. You know? Oh, dang. It survives because of the Intimidate. I wonder what the chances are there. Moonblast takes out Heracross. It's super effective against fighting. Ooh, I don't know if the crit matters there. Hmm. So we've got Chestnut, which I think is a great way to deal with Gyarados. And I could go for Trick Room. Yeah, I'll go for Trick Room. And then I'll just have Chestnut clean up the Gardevoir. If they swap out the Gardevoir, then it's totally fine. I can even body press into that slot, I think. The first patch they did was to fix bugs, but I do wonder if they're going to, if they're waiting to just add items and stuff like that to the game, because that seems so ridiculous to me. So now we have Trick Room up. We can just Hyper Voice. And then that means I can... Ooh, I wonder if I should just set up a Iron Defense. No, we'll just Wood Hammer the Gyarados slot. Because the Gardevoir already protected. They might switch it out, but whatever they switch out, the Hyper Voice will deal pretty decent damage to, I think. If I were to guess, they won't never balance, change, or improve anything. That's just how VGC's been forever. As I said, they tend to make changes in between generations. And so before certain moves and certain abilities enter the game, they will be changed. There's already some speculation about some data that was discovered about like certain moves and certain abilities being nerfed, but it's not going to be official until they're actually in the game. You know what I mean? I don't know if Gyarados actually has Protect. It's just kind of swinging for the fences. Gyarados, it has leftovers, right? I think that was already revealed. Where can I see that? I'm just wondering if I want to go for Poltergeist or not. Damn it. Okay, there we go. Almost ran out of time. Withdrew Gyarados. So now we get to land our Iron Head. Wow. Multiscale is crazy. Yeah, breaking the multiscale is great. I wonder if they're going to go for maybe E-Speed. They can't go for E-Speed to take out Aegislash. They might go for Protect on one of these Pokemon, but it's better for me to just press my advantage here. I could go for King Shield. We have 2 more turns of Trick Room. It's better for me to go aggressive because when my Trick Room runs out, I'll be able to King Shield then. And I just have to knock out Kangaskhan. Hmm. What? God, man. My timer for, like, being able to actually click my moves is so ridiculous. VGC balance is like a couple dozen Pokemon being viable at any given time. There's definitely a very wide variety. There's a much wider variety of viable Pokemon right now. It very quickly centralizes itself just based on meta presence. So now they send out Kangaskhan. Kangaskhan hasn't shown us Protect. We still have a turn of Trick Room. So what they want to do is double Protect here and then wait out the Trick Room and then crack me back by being faster. But I guess we'll see. I think they do have this one if they have double Protect. I love that one of the random items they decided to launch with was Bright Powder. As long as one of these Pokemon stop being Chlorophyll, Max Speed, Venusaur spamming Sleep Powder, I'll be a happy camper. You can't just go for Fake Out here. Not on Aegislash. What? Oh no. That's a crazy misplay. Maybe it doesn't matter. I can go for King Shield on Aegislash. And then I think he forgot he loses Scrappies when he's Mega. Yeah. Actually, no, I shouldn't King Shield here. I should attack with both. This is a big misplay. It depends on if this Dragonite has a sweeping move. Yeah. I somehow slopped my way through that endgame. I should attack with both, right? Because he can only deal with one and then the other one clears. But actually, if they knock out Aegislash, then Chestnut doesn't pick up the KO. And yeah, by going for King's Shield there, we basically get free damage because they can only attack into one slot. So it actually is the best one. He would have killed your Aegislash, and if Chestnut doesn't kill, you lose. That is true. So I have to King's Shield, and they have to attack into Chestnut instead. So I guess maybe I should give my Chestnut Spiky Shield. Man. The Gyarados Intimidate drop was really gross. Because I had the read on Helping Hand Smart Strike to focus down the Gardevoir turn 1. I don't know if the Intimidate drop makes it not a guaranteed KO. Or I might have low-rolled. Here's another really defensive Ice team. And I think what I want to do is just set up Armarouge immediately. Just click Arm Cannon immediately into their Frostlass. They might open with Alolan Ninetales. Heracross generally serves as my delete button. It's decent into a lot of their leads. It's most likely going to be like Whimsicott plus Ninetales or maybe Ninetales Garganacl. I think Heracross I might actually be able to just click. Aegislash is going to be good here. Blizzard is a little bit spooky for me. I think we'll go for Farigiraf. I don't have Brick Break on my Heracross anymore. I never had an opportunity to really line it up, but there's a world where I just am so aggressive that they can never set up Aurora Veil. Ooh, defensive opening. I see your team is more night themed today. I was trying to put in Mega Chestnut. I didn't realize you need to get the Mega Stone from Legend ZA. I can wide guard to maybe get around Hyper Voice, but they might just protect. Yeah, you can't buy Mega Chestnutite in the store. There's also a wide guard Earthquake potential here. I'm just going to click Close Combat. All right. I'm doubling up on the Garganackle. Ah, they got me. You bastard. They got me. Ah, dang, they got me. I had the wrong read. We need to get that beetle a plate armor and a sword. No, beetles are the knights of the bug world. Well, Heracross is going to move last because of Trick Room. I thought the point of Champions was to decouple VGC from other games. Exactly. The point is to make money? No, it's to make it so that the VG, like, competitive scene operates in its own environment. So that they're able to just make the mainline games do whatever they want. Especially if they want to go for a, say... If they want to do something really crazy with the battle mode again in Winds and Waves, for example. I didn't want to ruin the competitive integrity, but the play they went for is the default play. You'll see this a lot. Okay. So their Garganackle went first. I think my Aegislash should move before Garganackle. I think it's slower. I don't have a min speed Aegislash nature anymore. I'm going to switch Armor Rouge to try to keep access to Wide Guard. And then I'm going to... Ran out of time. I wanted to Poltergeist. No. I would need to Ironhead the Garganackle. Oh. I guess that also works. So now that I've shown Ironhead, the Garganackle's surely going to go for Protect, right? I'm going to call out the Garganackle protecting. We're also running out their Trick Room here, which is kind of strange. I feel like they would try to switch and go for something different. You're treating this like a free-to-play game, and it's not. It isn't made by the goodness of their heart. Not only does this game make money on its own, it also funnels new players into their other games. Yeah, so their Pokemon are slower. If Game Freak sees an increase in sales for ZA in the DLC after Champions release, expect to see 3 more DLCs for Wins and Waves when that one comes out. It depends. It really does depend. I know that having access to Pokemon Home would get you off to a much stronger start. I could send out Armor Rouge and try to click Wide Guard into the rest of their team. Trick Room is almost expired. So Heracross might be able to just sweep after the Trick Room goes down. I'm actually not sure what Abomasnow does. If it's also going to try to set up Trick Room, or if it's going to go for a Blizzard here. I don't mind having to grind to get... Yeah, I mean, I don't mind having to grind. Oh, Ice Shard. Very cute. Ice Shard is the priority move, right? Damn, Stone Edge? Okay. Yeah, Ice Shard is the priority move. Twisted Dimensions return to normal. So now Heracross can come out and do some stuff. Let's see what their last Pokemon is. Frostlass. Am I supposed to King Shield here? I'm supposed to King Shield here, I think, although it's close. Yeah. I'm supposed to King Actually, no, it doesn't truly matter, does it? Because I have to lock myself into a different move. Heracross did survive that like a god, but I messed around with their Garganackle too much. Frostlass teams are very difficult for me to deal with. I think it's my playstyle and also my team just not lining up into it. But I have to be better about just getting the early reads, because I tried to double up into Garganackle thinking that they would protect the Farigiraf. So this is Rain. I like running Corviknight into their Rain team because I get to just click Hurricane. They don't always they don't lead with Pelipper. Like, at slightly higher levels, they... I actually kind of just like Chestnut into this team as an opener. They're going to maybe try to switch in. Electroshot really doesn't do a whole lot. Exactly. Do I still have Throat Chop on Heracross? No, I think I'm running, let me see, it's Close Combat, Earthquake. Smart Strike. I think I do still have Throat Chop. But yeah, I should have just tried to cut off the Hyper Voice with that. I'm going to lead Corviknight, Chestnut, and... Armarouge and Heracross feel, I think, kind of nice into that team as well. I've got to get better at using Armarouge. Press Y on the team select to view moves. Wow, they just went for the crazy, just default lead. Okay. Well, that just means I get to click Hurricane for free. They're going to protect the Archaludon. Yep, you better. Their Pelipper's... I guess it does... Wow! Oh my god. Ugh. Yeah, I need to run Spiky Shield. I should have read that. Because I have my own Hurricane. That's brutal. Can I fight back against this? I think I'm supposed to Tailwind there, then? I always forget how fast Pelipper is. Yeah, I gotta put Spiky Shield on Chestnut. Pelipper doesn't look like a fast Pokemon. No, it does not. That's for damn sure. Oh, we don't live that? Oh my god. Oh, man. Yeah, I just don't really have any good answers to Pelipper on this team. $65 base with plus speed nature. Max investment puts it up to 130 something. Wait. Yeah, they protect our Chalodon, so we go into Pelipper. Yeah, so we knock out the Pelipper before it can move. No. Let me... It's this one. It's the Nimbasa calculator. I mean, we're definitely toast here, because we're choice locked. And Incineroar's just going to fake out to kill Armarouge, and then etc. Damn. I just need... I wasn't expecting them to just straight up lead with the Pelipper and Archaludon, to be honest. Max speed in nature, Pelipper is on 128 speed. Okay. I think I need to be playing more for, like, hard Trick Room. Oh, wow, they put us in bot queue. Yeah, so we need to have 130 speed. I can't have 129. Because my Heracross is like 100 and... Hmm. I'm going to have Farigiraf protect. And then I'm just going to have Heracross delete something. I also need to get better at setting up end games where I can where I can just click close combat, I think. You know what I mean? Because with Choice Scarf locking myself into the wrong move, it feels forced a lot of the time. Because Heracross has a lot of utility. I may be overthinking it trying to go for the Choice Scarf. Because I originally gave it Choice Scarf so that it could be able to outspeed various targets like Sneasler and stuff, but I haven't even played against a single one of those. They're all in the upper ranks. I think that even with Prankster Tailwind, I would outspeed a Drampa. $129, you might get... So 129 and 128 still count as a speed tie? We'll get a little bit more data. We'll get a little bit more data about how some of this stuff works under the hood, I'm sure. And I clicked Hyper Voice. I imagine they're going to Flare Blitz the Heracross. That's what I would do, but of course it's a bot, so they're just going to Scary Face. And it did outspeed me there, you saw. Well, no, it didn't outspeed Heracross. I'm mistaken. But with the speed, a harsh speed drop, I wonder if this does change it. Okay, so it does outspeed. I am kind of vibing with the helping hand. I saw some people say that the bots are supposed to stop after you leave Pokeball tier. And that kind of makes sense. But yeah, it's just a waste of time. You know, you're getting put in timeout, Weenie Hut Juniors, for losing a couple matches in a row. Ironically, I don't think people are going to be able to build Wolf's team right away because nobody actually recruited Orthworm. More Rock Slideness. They've also got Mega Gengar for some Perish, potentially. So we've got to bring Armor Rouge to wide guard against the Rock Slides. I think they already lock you into the bottom of whatever number you're at. I'm going to lead Corviknight, Heracross, and put Armor Rouge And I think Aegislash in the back. They're still going to lead Incineroar with Intimidate, so Heracross will get a stat drop. Yo, what's up, Cross? Welcome back. I had a quick glance over the data miners of champions. Apparently, it was based on Unity, and the battle engine is completely new, so it's not based on ZA's code. So now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to... Oh, I didn't bring Farigiraf. I was going to say I switch into Farigiraf to prevent the fake out, and then just delete the Incineroar. So what I'll do is I'll leave Corviknight in and go for Tailwind, and then I'll switch the Heracross into Aegislash, which is immune to the fake out. Ooh. Wait, they cooked. They actually fake out the Corviknight spot? That's kind of crazy. So they get to outspeed with their Tailwind. They were always faster than me. So now they're going to get a Prio Rock Slide, so I'm going to King Shield. And now I'm going to Tailwind. Well, it's like it doesn't matter if I Tailwind, because now that they have theirs set up, we just cancel out their Tailwind, and their Pokemon are always faster than me. But Tailwind lets my Scarf go through. So I think I am going to Tailwind here, because they're going to swap Incineroar. And then I'm going to try to force through an Iron Head against their Aerodactyl. Can you confirm if you can get Mega Skarmory Stone at the VP shop? Yeah, I'll definitely have a look. Yep, there's Parting Shot. So that's 2 attack drops on Aegislash, unfortunately. But once I get my Tailwind up, I'll be able to swap Aegislash into a different Pokemon. Only the real ones can tell that Gengar is shiny. But shiny Mega Gengar looks really good. So this isn't going to knock out. Oh, Focus Sash. Oh, no, it just naturally lives on 1 HP. So now I'm going to bring in Heracross. I can also switch Aegislash here. But what if they aren't expecting it and they just Mega Evolve the Gengar thinking that they're hot shit and I just go for Poltergeist? Because here's the scam. Mega Gengar has Shadow Tag, so we can't switch out anymore. So we get Corviknight out of there. We bring in the Heracross. Thunderbolt. We tank that because we're homies. Ooh, and he's down. Now, we've got the Tailwind. He's warmed up, boys. It's time for Crazy Predicts. Yes, indeed. We've got the Tailwind. We've got the Prio. The fake out is coming. They're going to fake out Aegislash. Wait, no. We just double on the Aerodactyl. It doesn't matter which one they fake out. What do I lock myself into, though? We can just lock ourselves into close combat based on the rest of their team, yeah? Now that we took down Gengar. That's right, they can't fake out Aegislash. That is true. He's a ghost. He's a ghost. Fly? Oh my god. Oh my god. We're living in a material world. Wait. What Pokemon do I have? What's my 4th slot? I can go back into Corviknight. And then King Shield. My Aegislash is like -3 or something. I have to swap this Pokemon out eventually. We resist this, right? Maybe they go for Flare Blitz into this slot. Just Darkest Lariat. We also... Oh, that's right. We King Shield that. Incineroar's attack goes down. We can Body Press their Incineroar. This Aerodactyl is going to Protect again or go for Rock Slide. So they do go for Protect on the Aerodactyl. Oh, we don't actually get the swap if U-turn is blocked. I'm going to go for Tailwind. I think they're going to try to use their Aerodactyl to set up a Tailwind. It's naturally faster than my Armarouge. So I'm going to Wide Guard here. This covers if they go for Tailwind, and this also covers if they decide to go for Rock Slide, knowing that they're faster than me. Oh, let's go! Let's go! Now, what does Incineroar do? We eat that. Thank you. Thank you. I have a delicious berry. All right, now we've got... Now that I've shown them... Is Fly Prio? When you... No, you have to take your turn to fly up into the sky. We might actually be able to outspeed this damn thing now. They're going to protect the Aerodactyl. But if they protect the Aerodactyl, that's fine. Because we just have to take out the Incineroar, which I believe Corviknight can do. I believe in it with Body Press. Because my Corviknight's not... My Corviknight is not intimidated right now. Yes! Okay, so we still have Heracross in the back. We have Tailwind up. Aerodactyl is cooked. And we just have to clear Tyranitar. Yes, Heracross wins this endgame. So now we can actually just body press the Tyranitar. And then Aura Sphere, the Aerodactyl now. You can also reverse it. I think it's better to reverse it, because Corviknight is weaker and can obviously deal damage to Aerodactyl, and then Armarouge is my big hitter with Aura Sphere. I should have reversed these. It's a little silly. Whoa! Corviknight! You sexy bird, you. And you survived the Stone Edge? And you survived the Sandstorm? Trust, trust, trust. Wait, no, of course, you're immune to Sandstorm because you're a Steel type. And the Knighthood triumphs! I think I could have been stronger with my predictions on their Protects and just doubled up on their other Pokemon, but if they were ever going to outthink me and be like, oh, I'm not going to protect you, I'm going to go for a Rock Slide or something, try to go cheeky with it, I was just covering that option. So even though I could have won harder by going for a bigger risk, I think that covering and just saying, you are going to protect here, and this covers in case you do, and if you don't, you get blown up anyway, right? Because I wasn't behind. If I'm behind, then I have to call out the Protects and try to double up on stuff. But because I was ahead, and I had Heracross in the back, oh my god, playing around with Tailwind is so fun in this game. And knowing who gets to go first. As much as, like, I can rant about this game all day, and, like, the stuff that, like, makes me angry, when you're in the heat of battle, it's so thrilling. Okay, so this is just good stuff, Pokemon. They lead Whimsicott, Garchomp. It's so hard to deal with Garchomp. Chestnut maybe gets there. I think we need to Trick Room sweep this thing. Chestnut maybe stands in for Heracross as the delete button against King Gambit and Tyranitar, but I have a feeling that they want to just go for Sun, like something aggressive. If I looked at my team, I'd be like, oh, Charizard is insane here. I think I'm going to bring this setup. The core mechanics are truly fun, and the competitive especially. It's just all the other stuff around, like, monetization that spoils it. I'm not even sure, you know, because, like, they didn't make they make it so you don't have to pay VP to import from Pokemon Home or anything. I was right about their lead, though. Whimsicott, Garchomp. So I'm going to Iron Defense the Chestnut. And I'm going to set up Trick Room. Haha, you fool! You protect! And they get the Tailwind set up, of course. Oh my god! This opening turn is insane for me! The dimensions are now twisted. And this Garchomp is about to get twisted. Do I just Helping Hand? I don't... That's it. I don't need a helping hand the chest, though. I'm going to go for Hyper Voice. Just get a little bit of spread. Whimsicott is actually a little goblin, a fluffy little demon. And I always give it too much room to act because I always underestimate its damage. So I'm just going to use Hyper Voice here. They're going to switch Whimsicott probably into Tyranitar, something that resists Hyper Voice, but we'll see. Because Chestnut will be able to sweep the Tyranitar when it comes in. Give me your son. Okay, can you survive this? A little bit of chip damage with Hyper Voice. And now Iron Defense Body Press. I don't know the calc. And it's enough. I think they're done. I think we just won turn 1. Nothing they have can survive Body Press and Trick Room, right? Moonblast? That's a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage. I am not going to lie. Fighting being weak to Fairy is so cringe. Here comes Garchomp. Now, Whimsicott is at 49%, so Hyper Voice could get us there. That's a lot of damage. I think that Whimsicott doesn't do any damage. I look at that Pokemon, and there's something deep in my brain that tells me Whimsicott tickles, and it's never true. Two-hit KO? Okay. Gremlin defeated. Trick Room. We outspeed that. Oh my god, this is... Rough Skin. That's where that damage came from, by the way. Moonblast Whimsicott is probably what Garchomps have nightmares about. And now Milotic. We still have 2 turns of Trick Room. I can go for Wood Hammer. Helping Hand? Wood Hammer? They have to protect here to try to ride out Trick Room, right? I don't think Milotic has a priority move. They might have Aqua Jet. But it's usually like Scald support. Oh! Chestnut! Oh my god. I'm sorry I ever doubted you. I'm sorry, I didn't know that was your Lotic. I thought it was Milotic. Did I say Milotic? Apparently it's Milotic. When I played Gen 3, I thought it was Milotic. Yo, we're an Ultra Ball tier! Original night-themed Trick Room team. Tail Room goes absolutely insane. The shell is basically armor coping Night Enjoyer. Nah, there's no way. Beetles are knights. He's even got the crested helm, which is kind of like a Japanese helm. Welcome to Ultra Ball Hell. And the best part, too, is I'm at, like, the floor of Ultra Ball, where everybody who has, like, a really strong team and can just brute force their way through. Maybe my predicts will continue to be insane. And the funny thing, too, about it, Rune, is now I'm one of the random Team Timmies in Ultra Ball, adding to the fiesta. I'm the random Team Timmy that you're like, what the hell does Heracross even do? And then I click close combat and one of your Pokemon disappears. I have Wide Guard, though, so it will be Daijobu. I see you've been doing some wonderful work out there. I've been doing the Lord's work, Caraway. Thank you very much. I wish you wouldn't bring her Hatterene around. That thing is, got a staring problem. Congratulations on reaching the Ultra Ball tier, Scarzig. Please allow me to confer you upon this ultra special title. You earn the title of Ultra Trainer. Your box's maximum capacity has increased to 5 more Pokemon. Even Caraway is personally acknowledging your efforts. Guess that means you're knocking it out of the park. Are you a hater? On Hatterene, a little bit. But, you know, you lose to the Psychic Terrain sweep once, and then, you know, it does some permanent damage to your Psyche. I'll have to be tougher than ever before if I want to go on raking in the victories. You need to keep working on your strategies, too. Lord, I'm trying. I was trying to get Mega Golurk. I was trying to get Mega Chestnut on the team, but I'm getting completely gate-kept. I'm sure that Scarzig is more than up to the task. What's that look for? On that note, I shall take my leave. I'll stop by again in the happy event that you progress to Master Ball tier. Mimikyu's just vibing over in the corner, looking at a dust mote or a beam of sunlight. I don't know what's going on here. He acts like if Pokemon were real, he wouldn't have a Cubone cam on stream. The boy would be in the lap right now. How much does Cubone weigh, actually? Isn't it like 40-something pounds? It's actually pretty chunky. Oh, it's only 14 pounds. That's adorable. Oh, I see. I remembered 14 pounds, but I was maybe remembering it as 14 kilograms. It's a tiny boy. Oh my goodness. For comparison, Gilly is like 28 pounds or something. Like, maybe that's without the skull. Yeah. All right. Rank up reward. Nice. You'll see me posting pictures of my fat Raichu at every social media there is. Social media would be really, really fun in the Pokemon universe, I'm sure. Corviknight fan. Oh my goodness. Corviknight has actually been putting in work on this team. The U-turn is a little bit sus. I switched out Reflect for Hurricane because I was like trying to get cheeky into rain teams, but I don't know if it's worth it. Isn't there y'all were telling me that there's some sort of thing where you get tickets that you can use to pull for specific types of Pokemon. How do you use those? Where do I even look at my inventory? Because I'm pretty sure I got a few of them for achievements. How do I look and see which ones I have? It would be somewhere in the recruit menu, right? And then you click this, and then it's X, use a ticket. Okay. More likely to meet with Steel-type Pokemon. Now, Golurk is not Steel-type. It is Ghost and Ground-type. So these actually don't help me. So this is actually a little... I used one, there's like 5 fire types of the 10. That is pretty cool. There should be definitely more ways to get tickets because they gave me normal fire, fighting, and steel because those are types that I'm already using. And if you want to build a more well-rounded team, you don't want to just keep doubling down on the same types, you know? You can save these, I guess, if they add a Pokemon that you really like the ground type, or no. Geez, I don't know. You get 2 for using 50 of a certain type of move. Yeah, I need to spam Earthquake more. All right, but now that we have some victory points, I'm going to try to take another shot at getting a Golurk. Even though Chestnut is putting in work, I do want to try to take a look at using Mega Golurk on the team. You see that glow? Like there's a shiny? What does that mean? Which one of these is shiny? Or does it just mean that one of them is like special in some way? It means you got a titled? Does it appear like over their name? We got the follow from Charizard 153135. Welcome in. I don't know. Yeah, it's like it should say Kangaskhan and then their title. I feel like it used to. Like there was an extra little tab that appeared above the Pokemon, and maybe they broke it when they did the patch to fix a couple bugs. Because this will be the second or third time. Am I looking in the wrong spot? Maybe there's another meaning for the glowy thing as well. Like this, hooray, this Whimsicott is a different thing than a Pokeball. This Kangaskhan's in an Ultra Ball. Stunfisk? I already have Stunfisk. I feel normally when I saw it that the title was next to their species name, yeah. I don't know if there's, like, weights to any of the Pokemon where, like, some are rarer than others. The little Pokeball means that you just have a copy of it already. That's what that little, Pokeball symbol there means. That you have one recruited to your team already. I guess I'll add Noivern to the team out of all of these. Oh, that's right. We have to check Skarmory. No worries, Charizard. Nobody knows how the menus or anything works in this game. That little rainbow glow, it would be one thing if one of these was shiny. Is this a shiny Beedrill? When you hover it, it would actually have the animation of a shiny, right? I don't have to recruit anything permanently if I don't want to. Yeah. I could use a ticket as well if I ever plan on using Noivern. Bruh. All right, let's try again. Ugh. Terrifying. After you're done recruiting whatever Pokemon you want to recruit, you want to fight. I know you don't know me, but I'm like just wanting to fight something that isn't just ranked. None of my friends have this game or want to play it. Yeah, we can definitely play one Charizard. There's another Chestnut. Did we ever? Yeah, we did end up getting Torkoal and Polion. I don't want any of these. Yeah, we'll wait. Let me... Maybe that's a good redeem Scar. Yeah, that is a good idea. That is definitely a good idea. Every time we would make a redeem to like do 1v1s with chat, the game would like break. Remember where it's like, oh no, you're in the wrong server, or they took away cross-platform, so we just can't do it anymore. Yeah, so we definitely can make that a thing and do some games versus chat. It'll give me good training as well against a wider variety of stuff. So let's go to the shop real quick and refresh our memory on which Mega Stones are in there. Venusaur, Charizard, both Charizards are in there. Blastoise, Pidgeot, Clefable, Alakazam, Victory Bell, Slowbro, Gengar, Kangaskhan. You want to fight me as well now that we're both in Ultra Hell? Yeah, I'm down to play one rune. Starmie, Pinsir, Aerodactyl, Feraligatr, Ampharos, Scizor. Skarmoryte is in there. Skarmory's in there. Houndoom, Tyranitar, Gardevoir, Sableye, Medicham, Sharpedo, Camerupt, Altaria, Banatite, Chimatite, Absolite, Galatite, Mega Glalie, Lopunite, Lucarionite. Some of these do sound pretty cool. Galadite, Frostlassite. They have like most of them. God, that's so cringe that I can't buy Chestnutite. They data mine the next battle pass is Skarmory and Snorlax. Mega Snorlax? The battle pass gives you Emboar and Emberite and Feraligatr and Feraligatr-ite for free. For the premium battle pass. So the only thing that's in the battle pass that you can't get with victory points are the Legend ZA cosmetics. If you want to cosplay the Legend ZA characters. And then there's like a free training ticket. There's some other like goodies in there. But yeah, nothing in the battle pass I cared about. I looked into it, and apparently you don't need to get the stone from the games. You have to trade the respected Mon from ZA. In case you missed my correction, I meant to say Kangaskhan, not Snorlax. So you have to get a Chestnut from ZA and send it through Pokemon Home. And I can't, like, try to hunt down a Chestnut in Pokemon Go. So yeah, I literally cannot get that Mega Stone because I haven't played ZA and I don't own ZA. That's actually really unfortunate. I didn't think that there was any... I know about Mega Floette. That's insane. Especially because Mega Floette apparently is meta. And also, that particular singular Floette is the only one that can Mega. Because Floette becomes Florges. And I think that Floette is the only not fully evolved Pokemon that can Mega. Is that the case? Yeah, because it's Floette Eternal. So I can't just also roll into a Floette or import one. Yeah, so let me make a room. It's similar to how apparently like a Dynamax Pikachu, like Gigantamax Pikachu, only certain ones can do that, and those ones can't evolve into Raichu or anything either. Oh, I didn't realize. I didn't know it was, like, considered a different Pokemon. I thought it was kind of like a showroom ID. Oh, right, right, right. Yeah, I forgot to hit the button. Thank you. Yeah, of course, Rune. You have plenty of time to set up. I'm gonna try to play against Charizard from the chat. And then what's cool is that you can actually play against Charizard and I can spectate if y'all want to hang around while we're coping outside of Ultra Ball Hell. Ooh, spooky team. Volcarona. Ooh, haven't played against Volcarona yet. Hmm. Oh, man. Really hard to lead into this. I had an idea for a certain lead that I might be able to test out here. I think we've just got to bring the squad. Okay. So it's a Volcarona and Gyarados lead. Okay. I was expecting a Sneasler lead. This might be fine, though. A lot of resists. Hmm. Oh, this is actually a tough spot. This lead actually does make a lot of sense into my team. Oh my god, this lead makes so much sense into my team. Ooh, that stings. Crikey. Mm-mm-mm. Okay. That definitely makes a lot of sense. I should have gone for Protect there, anticipating the double up. Oh, I might be ruined. Such a good play. Hmm. Oh, the heat wave. It doesn't sting that badly. But yeah, the type matchups here are not great. I like to know that the opponent color coordinated their team somehow. This does look really nice. Can I survive out of this spot, though? Without the speed control, I might be cooked. I think I live this. Yes. But that sets up for a fire move into Chestnut, right? Maybe I can't go for a swap there. Oh my god, that hurts so bad. All right. I got absolutely annihilated there. The autopilot photographs on ladder are so funny to me. I feel like every time I see it, it always leads and presses Trick Room if Whimsicott is on the field, so I've just been disguising Zoro as Whimsy for free taunts. No, the type matchup was just superb there. Your prediction for the leads was excellent. Hang on a sec. Let me reveal the room ID so Rune can get in here as well. Yeah, we'll definitely just keep switching back and forth. If we can get a fourth in here, we can have 2 matches going simultaneously, and then we can just make sure everybody can play. Or whoever's the odd man out can spectate. Actually, yeah. Let me play Rune real quick, and then we'll get the run back. Dang, I was expecting... I led for Farigiraf and Heracross, because I was trying to predict Sneasler being your lead, and I was going to try to just one-shot it. But going for the Gyarados Intimidate lead with Volcarona makes way more sense. I didn't think deeply enough about what that team could do. And every Pokemon I brought just had nothing into Volcarona. The Hisuian Zoroark in a best-of-1 format is so insane. Do I have something that I can click that's safe and neutral into that? Because they've got... If I can find the Zoroark and sniff it out, then I can just click fighting moves into pretty much everything. But the hard part is going to be sniffing out the Zoro first. Farigiraf lets me maybe do it with Hyper Voice. I think this might be the play. Whimsicott and Snorlax. All right, so we're going to try to just go for Hyper Voice and see if we can call out which one of these is Zoro, if they are going for that. And ironically, going for a suboptimal play in case the Whimsicott is Zoro. Actually, I'm going to go for Iron Defense. I got to let Farigiraf do my dirty work first. And you might not even bring the Zoro, so it's like a multi-layered mind game. The idea would be is in your team sheet to put Zoro at the top so that people who are a little bit lazy and they're just leading whatever they want. Dazzling Gleam, okay. So these are real Pokemon. Wait. The Snorlax! Okay. I thought that Hisuian Zoroark was faster. What did that thing go for? I saw the Dazzling Gleam. What's the battle history? I missed it. I was like looking at chat. What the hell? I was expecting the Snorlax to go last. Dark Pulse? Thank you. Thank you. I can't even look away from the screen for a second because the animations play so quickly, which is both good and bad. I wish we had a battle log button. I do hope that they add that. In case you just missed something or an interaction. Oh my god, so lucky. That's 100% lucky. Was that psychic? And try to read the Dark Pulse. But if I was them, the Whimsicott would just go for Dazzling Gleam, which is just great spread damage. This is bad if they read the Dark Pulse into the Chestnut slot. I might survive. I might be able to survive. No, Dark Pulse would just set me down to 1 and then the Dazzling Gleam clears both. So even if they predict the slots wrong, I think just going for Dazzling Gleam is correct here. Oh my god, I'm so bad into Fairy type. I might survive. Okay, now we're cooking. Because Zoroark is Ghost and Normal, so I can't use a... What's the name on it? Am I supposed to... Hang on a second. Wait. Oh my god, wrong button. Wrong button. So if they switch into something else... I think Throat Chop is better. Wait, that's not very effective. Am I strong? Oh my god, I ran out of time! Oh my god, I'm so cooked. And then you get Prankster Tailwind so that the... What's the name? Outspeeds. Yeah. I played too precious with my Farigiraf. Yeah, I realized that Throat Chop wouldn't be enough to knock out there. And now with Tailwind, you Dazzling Gleam. There's nothing I can do about it. Wait, no. I do have the... Wait, no, I don't. Yeah, no, I completely misplayed that, dude. Damn. No, Gilly. It's too early. Yeah. Man, I completely... Because I went for Hyper Voice so I could detect which one was Zoroark, but I didn't immediately deal with the Zoroark. And the Pokemon that I brought really couldn't deal with Zoroark at all. I needed to bring Aegislash. Would it take these Baxies Pokemon break Pokemon? No, I had the right idea, Zoro. I had the right idea to sniff out the Zoroark, but I didn't bring the right Pokemon to actually deal with it. Wait, that's right, because it's Ghost and Normal. I can't Poltergeist it. I have to hit it with a Dark type move or something. But Rune, if you want to queue up and play against Charizard, go for it. Gilly, wait your turn. Because I want to spectate this. Yeah, so even if I brought... My team just can't really deal with that. I would need to have brought... I don't need a super effective move to deal with Hisui and Zoroark. I needed to lead with... Ugh. I guess I needed to lead with Heracross Corviknight, and what I could do is go for Earthquake? So I don't hit my own Corviknight? Because the disguise gets broken when it takes damage. It normally gets just 2-hit KO'd by anything you do. Yeah, I was trying to, like, fight the Whimsicott. I didn't have a good way to really pivot the Farigiraf after I used Hyper Voice and I knew what it was, but Dazzling Gleam just destroys me. So I needed to lead with Farigiraf and something that can fight Whimsicott. I would have needed to lead with Farigiraf and Armarouge, I think. But if that's the case, then Dark Pulse plus Dazzling Gleam clears Armarouge before it can move. Because even without Tailwind, both of those Pokemon outspeed it. So there's an overall timer of 20 minutes. And then each competitor gets an individual clock, like a chess clock, of 7 minutes. We can see full teams on the left and right, and what's currently active. I wonder how they're going to have to rework the regional championship UI for the stream for all of these Pokemon. So just spread damage, finds the Zoroark, Kowtow, Cleave, takes the knockout. Is there a way for me to, like, edit this at all? Or interact with this at all? I don't know if there's a button I can press, Battle Info. Yeah, so I can bring up Battle Info and look at each individual Pokemon for the current statuses and everything. Volcarona has an attack drop, and then HP down at the bottom for all 4 Pokemon. I'm blocking this HP in the corner. Yeah. Another Heat Wave. Snorlax actually dodges the Heat Wave, but Whimsicott goes down. So now it's still just Snorlax plus 1 more Pokemon versus... Ooh, Superpower on Kingambit. Nice. We got a real match. They only show the Pokemon that's being interacted with, but it looks like they made room for all 4 on the stream. I don't know if on the regionals they have a button or something that allows them to keep the HP permanently visible. I don't know if this is Mega Dragonite. I think that Gyarados naturally outspeeds even Mega Dragonite. Yeah, in a neutral situation like this where players are selecting their moves, the HP is visible, but it shouldn't just disappear. Because there's enough screen space to just keep all of these HP bars visible at all times. Mega Dragonite. If this is max speed Mega Dragonite, I think it can outspeed Gyarados. Oh, beautiful Thunderbolt. But what is... Oh my god, what is Heat Wave's accuracy? That's so unfortunate. What the hell was that move that just played? Looked like some electric move. Was that Volt Switch? Sneasler. I don't know if this team can deal with Dragonite. Does Sneasler learn, like, Ice Punch or something? Or, like, Triple Axle? I know that Weavile does, because it's Ice type. I don't know if they let Sneasler learn an Ice move. Rage Powder. Oh, no. It was Wild Charge. Thank you. Wild Charge is just normal type, isn't it? Okay. So, for Dragonite, we saw Dragon Pulse. We saw Thunderbolt. The opposing side's Tailwind petered out. So max speed Sneasler is 190. Max speed Mega Dragonite is... Yeah, it's not enough, but... Was that Dire Claw? This is going to be really close. This Dragonite could have Protect, but it doesn't really change the situation just as the 1v1. Sneasler could get Dire Claw Sleep. I think that's your only line. 10% chance? Ah, no Dire Claw Sleep. The Heat Wave damage on the Dragonite probably could have mattered so that the multi-scale is broken a little bit further ahead of time. I was just thinking that, Zendo. It's Electric Double Impact or Flare Blitz. Oh, damn. That was actually a good close match. A lot of just haymakers being thrown out. It's 95% accurate, not 90. Oh, man. That was very, very close. Your matches were much closer than mine, where I just brought the wrong Pokemon, made the wrong read, and immediately just died on the spot. So... congrats to both of you. I'm the newbie to Ultra Ball tier. Y'all know what you're doing. But that was a really great learning experience for me. Because now I know that I can't really deal with Bug or Fire or anything better on this team. I've got just a lot of commitment to fighting type moves. So Fighting Resist really just runs me over. So I need to have like another Pokemon that can maybe fill that weakness for me. I wouldn't imagine someone running Rage Power and Volcarona. Usually people run it as a sweep. So we've got Rain. Whimsicott. Wow. What a bizarre team. So they have a Rain mode with Basculegion. If I was them, you probably lead... Whimsicott. I can click Close Combat into most of what they're doing. So I think I'll start off with Heracross. I could Smart Strike. Because they could just... Basculegion is usually a sweeper after the fact because of its abilities. If they lead with Politoed and give me Drizzle, my Corviknight can click Hurricane, which is decent into Whimsicott and also Scizor. Heracross can also help clean up in that regard. And then in the back, I'm going to bring Chestnut, and I think for Rigorath. Aegislash might be a better bring into that team, though. Hopefully I have the general idea down. I don't see why you'd give Corviknight to move Hurricane when it's much more of a physical attacker. I'm trying to just take advantage of, like, Drizzle teams and just having a 100% accurate plus a confuse chance. It's definitely a little bit too cute. Scizor and Hydreigon. So Hydreigon doesn't have Levitate, right? I can Earthquake it. I think I just click Close Combat, though. Because if they protect Hydreigon, then I just get Tailwind up and it's chill. Mega Scizor. Okay. My Corviknight set is certainly not locked in. Even U-Turn feels pretty lackluster. I would run Scary Face in that slot. Everyone ignores Corviknight anyway, so you might as well use the deal with fast sweepers. Hydreigon does have Levitate. Thank you. There's the Close Combat. It's okay, Gilly. Yeah, I just haven't had any opportunities to click Earthquake on Heracross. That's another move that I'm kind of just like whatever about. It might come up at some point. It felt like it could be a little bit better when I was running Dragonite and Corviknight because they're both flyers. And there's the Drizzle. Lamau. No one expects the Hurricane. Bullet Punch is tight. I live this, though. What? Oh my god, the Swords Dance Bullet Punch is enough? From the top rope? Oh my god, that's insane. So with Tailwind, does Bulletproof stop Bullet Punch? I guess we'll see. How is it faster? Bullet Punch is a priority move. I needed to actually call out the Bullet Punch and then swap Corviknight for Farigiraf to stop that. Yeah. So we swap Corviknight for Farigiraf to call out the armor, to call it out with Armor Tail. Got him. All right, now we'll body press KO. Oh my god. You're so tanky. Am I still strong enough even if they don't have access to Bullet Punch? And the question is are they going to protect the Scizor to run out Tailwind? I've got to try to just call it out. Yeah, so they didn't go for the Prio move there, obviously. So we were faster with Tailwind. Hyper Voice for a little bit of chip damage instead. Get down, Gilly. We eat this. And now we don't have Tailwind anymore. So what have they got in the back? Basculegion? Okay. Now, Basculegion is part Ghost. We can't body press it, but we can Wood Hammer it. It's going to be super fast. But it's a Ghost type move, right? They can't just hit us with... They're probably going to try to... I wonder if they're going to try to knock out Farigiraf. I'm going to protect Farigiraf to anticipate them going for, like, a Ghost type move on... No, they wouldn't go for a Ghost type move on Farigiraf. They would go for, like, Wave Crash or something like that, right? Because they can't go for Aqua Jet. Last Respects. Is this enough? Ooh, we live it! We live it! Wood Hammer! My tanky son! Oh my goodness. I was thinking, like, okay, they probably want to go after Farigiraf. Oh, we lose the recoil. That's valid, though. That's valid. You survived the hit and took them down with you. Let's go. And then it's just Farigiraf and Corviknight versus the world. Get down. We have one more turn of rain. So we land a freebie Hurricane. And I guess we just Hyper Voice. The Hurricane is definitely cheeky. We get the confusion for the BM as well. Now, Politoed showed us Icy Wind, but Mirror Armor makes its speed fall. Hurt itself in confusion? Oh my god, insult to injury. That was such a brutal game. The Mega Scizor, I should have predicted that Bullet Punch. I didn't think it would be enough. Swords Dance, Bullet Punch, Scizor is classic. That's such a classic way to play that Pokemon. But the Farigiraf Arbor Tail, the Tailwind. Ugh. Okay, baby girl. You were patient. You were patient. So let's go outside. Let me take a quick break. All right. Thank you for your patience. Do. All right, but being able to click Hurricane that game was a little cheeky. It didn't really matter at all because it was just neutral damage into Scizor, and so was Body Press. So we'll have to make some changes. Definitely to Corviknight's moveset, because Hurricane and U-Turn don't really feel the best, and Tailwind is its most important move. Maybe I give it Pluck or something, so I can have some anti-berry tech, something that just deals a little bit of damage. I don't know. This is just the greatest hits. I've seen the Venusaur Charizard lead a lot. And against this team, they just Mega Charizard, then the Chlorophyll activates on the Venusaur. Is there a way for me to counteract that with this squad? Because I don't have, like, Prankster Weather setting anymore. I think we lead Armor Rouge and we just Arm Cannon. We Armor Cannon the Venusaur. Because they have Focus Sash, so we have to double up on it. Chestnut is immune to Sleep Powder being a grass Pokemon, right? So I'm calling out they're going to go for the Venusaur Charizard lead, and I'm going to just double up on the Venusaur and try to explode it. Yeah, I do. Chestnut also has Lumberry, because I didn't know what other held item to give it. But I definitely need to switch around my team a little bit. Aw, man. Aw, man. I knew what they were going to go for, but I didn't think that they would Sleep Powder. So I need to put... Oh, man. Yeah, that's bad luck. I needed to not run Chestnut next to the Armor Rouge. I needed to run... Because I could actually go for Wide Guard there to call out the Heat Wave. I think that's what I needed to do. No, I needed to Wide Guard on Armor Rouge to call out Heat Wave, and my partner Pokemon needs to be the thing that actually knocks out Venusaur. I need a priority move on this team as well, because you have to double the Venusaur because of Focus Sash. This is a Trick Room team, which plays into me, so I'm going to bring Aegislash. Do I set up Aegislash turn 1? I think I can set up Chestnut turn 1 against them. This is the Earthquake Spam team. We'll bring Armor Rouge in the back in that eventuality. It doesn't matter if we can, because it usually runs Focus Sash, right? What does instruct do? Actually, we switch Chestnut. Oh, I didn't bring Farigiraf. Oh, I was going to say we switch Chestnut into Farigiraf. They're going to fake out the Heracross slot, so I can swap in Aegislash for free. So I'm going to go for Body Press on Oranguru. It tells the partner to use their attack a second time, so it goes twice. Oh, wow. Dang, they actually go into the Chestnut slot. I thought that they would definitely go into the Heracross slot to protect Oranguru, but I guess they don't know. But after Trick Room, they still probably underspeed me. They could Parting Shot. I'm going to set up a Swords Dance here. Yeah, Flare Blitz isn't enough. Now, am I slower, aka faster than Oranguru with a Chestnut? So Instruct makes Incineroar go again? Oh, so that's how it works. That's how it works. Okay. So they can switch Incineroar into Golurk and keep going for stuff. I can get one attack off first, and then... I'm predicting the Incineroar switch. Yep, Parting Shot. That takes one level off of my Swords Dance. I didn't double into that slot, though, which probably would have been the best way to just take down Golurk with Armor Rouge. But I figured I can put some damage into Oranguru and then just Wide Guard, because they don't know the tech. Because I knew they were going to Trick Room, which is why we bring Aegislash. Foul Play. That makes sense. Foul Play is calculated on your opponent's attack, so that makes sense. So it's a good thing we didn't double up into that spot. We're still in Trick Room, so Heracross is going to move last because of its Scarf. Foul Play isn't going to do too much. And they still have one more Pokemon in the back, don't they? I should have just went for Armor Cannon. I thought that the Aura Sphere would be a little bit better. Actually, gonna get double blitzed on Hera, sadly. Because, yeah, I think this one is cooked. Let me think. Yeah, Heracross, I might not need a Scarf. They fake out the Armor Rouge. We live that. Hang on. They have one more Pokemon, though, right? Archaladon. And they still have Trick Room up. I can try to Wide Guard. Under Trick Room, it goes first, though, right? We'll see, because they just protect Archaladon, and then Oranguru gets a knockout, and then it's a 2v1. I wonder if... I don't know if, like, Arm Cannon... The dimensions return to normal, so now I'm faster. Either one of these can knock me out. I think that they're going to protect the Archaladon. Oh, but they didn't. Oh my god, that's still not enough? Okay, yeah, it's cooked. Rest? Oh, man. And Chesto Berry to wake up. I needed Aegislash to do just a little bit more. I needed Aegislash to do a little bit more. That was pretty sick, though. We clear the Golurk, but also the Intimidate on Incineroar was very well done. So let me go and switch around my team, though. Make some shifts. Because if I bring Farigiraf, that is also a different game, because I can counter Fake Out on Incineroar and actually don't get my 2 turns of damage negated. Being slower than their Oranguru is actually kind of a downside for Aegislash. Yeah, it doesn't have a minus speed nature. My Farigiraf does, though. I don't know if having Mega Chestnut there changes the math at all. I haven't been finding good spots to set up Leech Seed, but it might be nice to have in my back pocket just for slower matchups, because Chestnut is very bulky. But we don't want U-turn. Pluck is just probably a very cheeky anti-meta grab that I can just click on. I also do learn Taunt. And y'all were telling me this, because Taunt's not a prio move. So if the Pokemon goes first regardless, they're going to get their move before I land the Taunt. Mega Chestnut's 20 less base speed, 50 more defense, 40 more special defense, 30 more attack. Taunt isn't prio. Yeah, exactly. So, like, I can't use it to outplay something unless my Corviknight's naturally faster. Yeah. We do have Heavy Slam on Corviknight. The more the user outweighs the target. What is Corviknight's cannon weight? £165. That's not very much. It's cute, but the lightest Pokemon generally is like what, Whimsicott? So it's like it's a good move button to click against Whimsicott, I guess, because it's steel. Probably better to just click Iron Head. But we don't have attack investment. You know what I mean? I'm just kind of overthinking Corviknight's role. It sets up Tailwind. And we just want some other utility on top of that. I would just go full support Corviknight, and sometimes he presses Body Press. Exactly. Like, we were talking about, like, Reflect and Light Screen and stuff. Fake Tears is also kind of interesting. Yeah, just having more anti-fairy coverage does go a long way. Even if we don't have attack investment. You know, we set up across from a Whimsicott, they Tailwind, then I Tailwind to cancel it out. Or maybe I let them Tailwind and I Iron Head. You don't have many special attack sweepers, though, and Darkmons are immune to Fake Tears. Yeah, now that I don't have Dragonite on the team, Armarouge is my only special attack sweeper. We just have a lot of fighting coverage, too, with Heavy Slam. And typically, like, looking at my team, like, my lead with Corviknight, you know, I can use it to bounce back and intimidate. Then I'm setting up a Tailwind. But it goes last to set up the Tailwind in the round because it's naturally very slow. Yeah, the way I build my supports is I try to identify what my lose condition is. And I play around them or just hope I don't see them. Yeah, I don't need to win against everything. I just don't want to be so, like, crazy hard losing into the things I am. Yeah, the main value of a slow U-turn is to get frail fast mons in without them dying, so it's not worth for my team. That is true. There's also just, like, Sunny Day. But also, again, that goes last, so it's like you can't really take advantage of it. I am considering Pluck. Just as a little something or other I can fish for. berries aren't really all that. Like, I can just use it, like, against other support Pokemon or, like, a tankier Pokemon that probably has, like, Citrus Berry or something. But if it's, like, a bulky pivoting Pokemon, it typically would have leftovers, right? That's probably what I want to put on Chestnut, is leftovers. Both of its moves deal recoil to itself, so it wants some healing, so leftovers plus Leech Seed would let it stick around and just, like, keep clicking buttons on people. What are your lose conditions? The best case scenario in your mind. What could disrupt that? Like, the best case scenario is, you know, I lead with Heracross and delete something immediately. And so I typically want to lead with Heracross next to Farigiraf so that it can't get faked out. Or if I'm in or I need to set up a Tailwind so that all of my attackers can actually outspeed. So then I would lead with Corviknight next to something that has some bulk so it can survive. So I'd be maybe leading it next to Chestnut. I don't mind playing into an opponent's Trick Room, because that just means I don't have to set it up myself, because Aegislash and Farigiraf are very slow. And Armarouge is kind of mid-slow as well. I just haven't found a good place for Armarouge. Like, it deals damage, but it doesn't feel like it ever deals enough damage. So maybe I give Armarouge some sort of help. That's why I do have Helping Hand on Farigiraf. And maybe I need to try lining up Armarouge and Farigiraf next to each other a little bit more. But as we know, just the Hurricane and the U-turn just aren't really that useful. So I don't mind putting Reflect or maybe Light Screen onto the Corviknight. And just something else. Maybe Pluck. Just to have a move I can click that deals a smidge of damage. Brave Bird also deals some respectable damage. But we saw how weak Hurricane was, so without attack investment, Brave Bird also doesn't really do much. And so if I do run Fake Tears, it would be like I'm buffing Armarouge. But that's like the only other sweeper on my team, you know what I mean? Does it learn Extreme Speed? Having some Prio would be great. Definitely it doesn't learn Extreme Speed. I would like to have some priority moves on my team. Instead of Swords Dance on Aegislash, you can run Sacred Sword or Shadow Sneak in that slot to get some priority to just finish off weak Pokemon. Not all birds learn Extreme Speed. It's actually a move that only a handful of Pokemon get, right? Arcanine, Dragonite, I think Deoxys, and I think Lucario get it. Screech might actually be a little bit better onto this team, so that I can use Screech to debuff a target, and then my physical attackers come through and bully it a little bit harder. Currently, the only Extreme Speed users in the game are Arcanine, Lucario, and Dragonite. If only Screech is 100% accurate, I want to live in that world. It might be too broken. Because it's kind of like setting up Helping Hand. Let's try this. Still haven't found a world where I can click Earthquake into stuff safely, but if I set Heracross up next to Corviknight, I can just click Earthquake, which is kind of cool. The Smart Strike and the Throat Chop feels like it's been kind of mid. It's just more niche. I was running Smart Strike to have some anti-fairy coverage, but it also lets me maybe fight ice Pokemon. Because fighting isn't doubled into ice, right? Steel is super effective into ice. So I can have it so I can fight ice, but also fight fairy. Ground is neutral into ice. Fighting is super effective into ice. Yeah. It's mostly because of Frostlass, where I can't click close combat into an ice Pokemon. Honestly, just bring the Earthquake. It might matter at some point, you know? Where, like, if Heracross is 1v2, and I don't even have a partner Pokemon, or if I'm next to Corviknight, or if I'm next to Armarouge can Wide Guard, so it doesn't take damage from the Earthquake, and then my opponent's Pokemon do. So, like, I need to weave Earthquake into my plays and my thought processes a little bit more is all. Or I trust that Chestnut can just take the Earthquake itself, right? Because it's grass type. Grass takes reduced damage from ground, right? Am I misremembering that? Yeah, grass resists ground, so I can EQ next to Chestnut if I want. And just shrug it off. But I was running Smart Strike just as the only damaging steel type move that Heracross learns. It doesn't translate into knockouts the way I would like, though. Vacuum Wave is priority, but I've got Choice Scarf, so we don't really care about having a priority move. Before we had Brick Break, the thing about Brick Break is I want to use it to, like, counter Aurora Veil, but I can't actually Brick Break Mega Frostlass. And if the partner of Mega Frostlass protects, then I can't Brick Break. Or if it's like two ghosts or whatever, then I just get bodied. Vacuum Wave is special anyway. Yeah, I forgot to sort by physical moves. I've been seeing a little bit less like Sylveon Primarina for Farigiraf with the big like hyper voice plays. What if Brick Break broke Protect? That'd be wild. Oh my god. They would never let a Pokemon I like be that good. It's funny because it's just like Rock Slide is right there. Because I actually do need some way to hit like flyers. Be part of the problem. I know. I know. We got to be part of the problem, chat. You need something to hit Charizard, unironically. Yeah, we lead into Venusaur Charizard. We lead Wide Guard and Rock Slide. It's literally just too good. I've got max speed on Armor Rouge, but it feels like that doesn't really matter. I put the Focus Sash on it as well. I feel like Psychic never comes up. Barely ever comes up. I want like an Ice move. But Armor Rouge wouldn't learn any Ice moves. That'd be silly. Yeah, Dragon Pulse is really good. Armor Rouge use Ice Speed. That would be so troll. Or if there was a move like Scald or something where it's like an off type, but it's still super effective against certain things. Dragon Pulse is worse than Psychic generally, I think. Yeah. Because I can just Arm Cannon against like Archaludon. The thing is like Archaludon is in rain, so I can't Arm Cannon Archaludon. Yeah, just put Sunny Day on your bird. Like, that's why I had Sableye initially as a prankster weather disruptor. Excuse me. Acid Spray gives me some anti-fairy technology, but I can just Arm Cannon a Whimsicott. I know, we swapped out Sableye for Corviknight. Focus Blast, 70% accuracy? Crazy. Scorching Sands might be kind of lit. Ground type. Solid Power, Burn Chance. Ground super effective into Fire, into Electric, which I really don't have a lot of coverage for, into Poison, so I can hit Sneasler with it. But I could just hit Psychic on Sneasler. Gives me something. I can hit Aura Sphere into Rock type, so I don't really need Ground type coverage. Psychic is not better than Dragon Pulse because half the teams are Dark type. That's what I mean. Psychic deletes Sneasler. I don't really fear Sneasler, is the thing. It's like a lot of the coverage just doesn't match up because for ground, it's super effective against steel, but I just click Armor Cannon. It's super effective against rock, but I just click Aura Sphere. Super effective against poison, and theoretically there would be a Psychic in this slot. Electric is really what it only is, the only thing that it gives me. Gives me some play into. If somebody sends out a like a Rotom Wash. And Psychic is Stab. That is true. No, the only electric type Pokemon I've really seen is Rotom Wash, and I think a Raichu here and there, and they never bring it. Yeah, so Armor Rouge just being weak. Maybe I'm just finding the wrong spots for it or clicking the wrong move. I'm wondering if Focus Sash really matters on Armor Rouge either. There's like a better held item for it. Let's look at the battle data and see what people are running. Destiny Bond. Yeah, so we can't even click Scorching Sands into... Yeah, it's just like a Psychic Terrain Expanding Force setup team. Oh, wait, that's for singles. My bad. For doubles, we've got Protect, Psychic, Armor Cannon, and Trick Room. Having a second Trick Room setter is kind of cheeky. I could just put Protect in that slot. I've already got Wide Guard, though, so it's kind of crazy to run Wide Guard and Protect. Charizard's going to set Sun. Venusaur will try to Sleep Powder your Armarouge. You cure it with Lumberry, get the boost from Heat Wave, and get a plus 50% damage on Armor Cannon to one-tap Venusaur. Running Lumberry on Armarouge is probably my best option, especially if I keep fighting that team over and over again. Also, shout out to everybody in the other chat kind of lurking. I know, as soon as I don't run focus, I feel like the Armarouge takes a lot of incidental damage anyway. We'll see. We'll see. I can maybe give leftovers to Chestnut and maybe give something else to Farigiraf. Just the Citrus Berry. There is Silk Scarf to just double dip on Hyper Voice, which is hilarious. Farigiraf usually has the berry that reduces dark type damage, but you have to buy it though. Yeah, I haven't unlocked all the berries yet. I can just give Corviknight something different. I feel like something should be holding the Focus Sash, you know? Be the problem, give him a Quick Claw. Yeah, I need to like study the meta a little bit more deeply in order to optimize my team. But I think right now I just need to sharpen up my own plays. We can maybe do Mental Herb so we don't get like taunted out of our Tailwind. Or like Encore or something. Hopefully they don't make us... We're in Ultra Ball tier, so we don't have to fight a bot. Which is so great. That I can actually have the privilege of facing a human opponent. All right, Charizard Venusaur. We've got the lead. So we got Armarouge to just punch the Venusaur. Something that can take a Heat Wave. It would be Heracross, right? What can take a Heat Wave? Farigiraf, I guess? And we just Hyper Voice? Or protect the Heat Wave. Yeah, we can send out Aegislash and just King Shield immediately. I need to also put Protect on more of my Pokemon. Farigiraf can Protect, though. And then after we get over that hurdle, there's still, like, Sneasler, Garchomp. Do you have the Scarzig? I'm thinking about picking up ZA. I might be able to get some jank to you with the Chestnutite without having to buy it. No, I don't have Scarlet and Violet. I was intending to jump into this game and just use Pokemon champions to get all my team. I didn't care about getting, like, the perfect team day one. But I appreciate that thought, Master Zendo. And assuming Venusaur is Focus Sash, the Hyper Voice will clear it. As long as Farigiraf is specially defensive enough to survive this Heat Wave. There's Mega Stones of Pokemon that's the first I've heard of. Oh, they actually sleep power to the Farigiraf. Okay. I thought they would sleep powder the Armarouge. I forgot to put Shadow Sneak on Aegislash as well to have priority move. No Focus Sash. I believe it's just the Kalos starters and Floette, but it's still lame. Yeah, I never looked into it with, like, the Greninja and stuff. And Delphox. I've seen people building teams with them, but Mega Chestnut's the first one that I actually wanted to use. Go for Wide Guard, and I have to switch out Farigiraf for Heracross. And then click Rock Slide. Yeah, the Mega Raichus aren't in the game yet. Not every Mega from, like, the DLC is also in the game either. Jesus Christ, the Wide Guard! And now we've shown them the Wide Guard. We double up on the Charizard. We double up on the Charizard. Because Rock Slide's not going to one-shot here, right? Shit! Okay, I wasn't expecting that to one-shot the Charizard. It's the best move in that slot, though. I can't believe they clicked Rock Slide again. That's crazy. That's actually crazy. I'm choice, so I have to keep rock sliding. This is so... Oh my god. I pressed the correct Nintendo approved move. They do have fake out here. So they can fake out the Heracross. They didn't even click fake out. So Garchomp goes for a single target move. Okay, it doesn't. And there's Flare Blitz. Okay, so they go for the Flare Blitz on Heracross. Okay. I don't think I can actually break through any of this, though. Farigiraf is still sleeping. I guess their idea is that because Garchomp is faster, I have to keep clicking Wide Guard. And then they're just going to, like, Darkest Lariat. So I could call that out. I'm going to try to wake up and set up a Trick Room. Damn. Wow, oh my god. Okay. I thought that they would Darkest Lariat the Armarouge slot. The Sleep Powder landing on Farigiraf was brutal. I should have protected it turn 1 because I thought that Venusaur would have Focus Sash. The next time you lead against Venusaur or Charizard, you lead with Armor, Armarouge, and Heracross. You protect with Heracross and kill the Venusaur with Armor. Then you one-tap Charizard with Rock Slide on turn 2, and it's a win. I think I also want to put Shadow Sneak on Aegislash. So I have a Prio move to finish off weak Pokemon. Over Swords Dance. Oh, once it kills you, it gets retargeted. Oh, I see. Yeah, I don't have Protect on Heracross. But I think having... Return to the title screen because the date has changed. Oh, wait, I forgot about that. And that's one of the reasons I wanted Golurk on the team, is because Golurk can just click Ice Punch into Garchomp. It's the same lead, but I protect with Farigiraf. Let's dip one more time and look for Golurk. I guess I'll pick up Raichu. What is ooh, Hisuian Samurott? Do I want... Yeah. So I think I am going to put Shadow Sneak on Aegislash, so that way I have just a little something something in case I'm not in Trick Room, because that's one of my big struggle points is that Aegislash comes in and I can King Shield, but then what? And you can run Shadow Sneak over Poltergeist if you want to keep access to Swords Dance. If I go for like a hard Trick Room mode, if my opponent expects the King Shield. But Poltergeist is just so damn strong. It's probably better to have the priority. Even though it's not very weak, but being able to clean up a Pokemon does help me quite a lot. I'm going to try it out. And then if I realized that the Rock Slide would one-shot the Charizard, I could have put more damage into the other slot. Ooh, this looks like a cool team. I can click Heracross in front of pretty much their entire team. And they'll probably lead with Arcanine and Sinistcha? This might be a Trick Room team. Alternatively, it's like Arcanine and Sneasler. And I can try to EQ it. So I set up with Corviknight and Heracross. That way I can click EQ. Does Sinistcha levitate? No, it has like Hospitality or something as its ability. That seems like actually a pretty strong setup. And then... Slowking has like chilly reception. I've only played against Slowking once. It was on a weird snow team. We just have to not get mauled by Arcanine's Flare Blitz. And so if we reflect its Intimidate, that'll really help us out. Wow, Drampa Sneasler. Okay. So I can lock myself into close combat here because it's good into Sneasler and Drampa. It says not very effective. Oh, because it's resisted. That's right. I'm going to double up on the Sneasler. And EQ covers a switch. Ooh, I didn't predict the Mega Drampa Evo. Normally, I just click close combat on the Mega Drampa. Fake out on Corviknight. It also has Berserk where it gets an attack boost. So I'm just going to click EQ again, and then this turn I'm going to set up a Tailwind. So that way I can move before Drampa. Because they're actually going to go out onto Heracross. Yep. Going to protect versus the Earthquake. You get a little bit of damage on Sinistcha, but not a lot, because it is Grass type. Heracross can always come in and just close combat the Drampa. So we want to bring in Chestnut. And Corviknight, we can click Body Press. Oh, that's brutal. Yeah, I forgot about Rage Powder. So Body Press isn't going to affect the Sinistcha. So now they're going to Calm Mind again. Oh, it's just Thunderbolt. I should be able to eat that, right? Damn. Okay. So Heracross can come back in. But then they're just going to... You can Rage Powder multiple turns in a row, can't you? So I'm going to predict the Rage Powder. Body Press the Drampa. And then Armarouge will blow up the Sinistcha. Because if I clear the Rage Powder target, then I'm free to act. Because they might protect the Drampa again. But if I get rid of the Sinistcha, then I can just hit it with Heracross, because I still outspeed. Chestnut is also immune to Rage Powder because it's a Grass type. Aqua Berry lets it live. Oh no. Once again, Armarouge not doing its job. And Body Press is not enough. And so now with Rage Powder, Trick Room. So I'm actually fine here. They can protect the Drampa. Because they can't Rage Powder it, because it's a Grass type. But Drampa's going to outspeed Armarouge now. I don't think Drampa has any AoE. So they actually want to take down Chestnut in the Trick Room. So I think I can call out the Armarouge is still good here. Yeah, they Rage Powder, then Chestnut goes first. Oh, fuck. Because they can just Rage Powder, so Heracross doesn't get the sweep on Drampa. I needed to just close combat the Drampa turn 1. I didn't think about Hyper Voice. I should have went for Wide Guard there. I completely forgot that Drampa has Hyper Voice. Yeah. I actually do have the win there. I just Wide Guard. Yeah. Completely forgot that Drampa has Hyper Voice. There's Volcarona again, which we were kind of struggling. We can do Armor Rouge. Armor Rouge wide guard, Heracross just locks in close combat, potentially, versus that team. Rock Slide is also a great opener, true. So we have Rock Slide if they lead Volcarona. If they lead anything else like Aggron, then we just close combat. Chestnut seems like it could be pretty strong if they're trying to set up like the Feraligatr with Sinistcha to redirect it with Rage Powder. And I think we can bring Aegislash to this fight. Yeah, wide guard will be really good into the Heat Wave as well. So it's Volcarona and Sneasler. So we Psychic the Sneasler, and then we set up Rock Slide. We'll see. They're going to Fake Out. So I could actually swap Armor Rouge into... No, I didn't bring Farigiraf. I keep forgetting about the Sneasler Fake Out. It's crazy that it's like so strong, so tanky, and also gets Fake Out. But I think we've got a good split cover here. Oh, they actually Fake Out the Armor Rouge slot. They don't know. Yeah, exactly. Something is going to go down there. Either we Psychic the Sneasler, or we Rock Slide the Volcarona. So now we have to switch out the Heracross. And there's Feraligatr. So they're going to Mega Evolve, and they have, like, Dragon-type Double Edge. I don't have a Fairy type on my team to counter that. Sneasler naturally outspeeds Armor Rouge. But I still have to force them to do it. I still need to maybe put Spiky Shield on Chestnut as well. Wait, you didn't do that? Didn't do what? So we can tank the Chestnut, because we... Why did we resist it? No, it turns its normal moves into Dragon moves, not water moves. I forgot to do it when we were messing with the moves. I forgot to put it on. I'm immune to Rage Powder, so I could maybe Wood Hammer the Feraligatr. It might have that stupid berry thing. So I'm going to put a little bit of extra sauce onto the Sinistcha here. Oh, that's right. I don't have Focus Sash anymore. Matcha Gotcha. Oh, they got the burn as well. Oh my god, that does nothing. Oh, because of the burn, it reduces the damage even further. All right, so here's what I'm going to do. Aegislash. I don't think Shadow Sneak is going to be enough. So I'm going to try to go for... Do you think it'll be enough? Like, if Aegislash can take one round and then land Poltergeist instead... And then for Chestnut, I'm going to set up a Leech Seed on the Feraligatr. They're going to ignore the Chestnut, so there is a world where I actually just King Shield here, but I have to get rid of the Sinistcha. Okay, cool. So they don't Rage Powder. All right. Stance change. Guards, seize him. Whew, okay. So we still have leftovers plus Leech Seed. So we can actually counteract the bird a little bit here and just kind of hang out. Aegislash will King Shield. And because we use Body Press, because this is calculated based on my defense. Iron Defense for the nail in the coffin. That is true. Because then it just can't do anything to me anymore. Double Edge is enough! Wow, okay. I didn't think it would hit like that. My goodness. All right. So Shadow Sneak is the correct move if they go after Aegislash, which they're going to want to because I just played King Shield. So we Shadow Sneak, and then we outspeed Feraligatr with Scarf Heracross. And if they go after Heracross, this gives us 2 reps of Shadow Sneak. Oh my god, that does nothing. We might. Yes, they went after Aegislash. We win. So the Sneak is correct there. And Leech Seed. I forgot about Leech Seed. Oh, baby. Give me. Your soul is mine. Hollow Knight wins again. Aqua Jet! Oh, we lived the Aqua Jet! Oh, I forgot about Aqua Jet. Oh my god. Oh. Okay. So, we got to put Spiky Shield on over Iron Defense. Excuse me. See, that's edit team, not train team. Honestly, spiky shield that turn would have won so hard. Well, now I have a Sneasler. Oh god. I gotta remember to bring Farigiraf to those games. It's a good goblin. Everybody was saying that Sneasler is actually really respectable because they nerfed Dire Claw. The chance of it actually giving it a status condition proc is way lower. And they also... Jesus. And I saw a post somebody was saying that it keeps certain Pokemon in check. Because it just has really good typing. You know what I mean? You can just, like, close combat or Dire Claw or do whatever you want into stuff. And, of course, with Fake Out, it's like a pseudo Incineroar. I will not stand for the Sneasler glazing. The thing is a criminal. Absolutely. I get to sin a little bit with Rock Slide. So I actually have coverage into stuff I can't deal with otherwise. So there's Gengar, which we blow up off the face of the earth as long as we're faster. I could lead with Farigiraf, protect it, and try to set up a Trick Room. I'm worried I'm gonna get cheesed out really hard. I'll lead Corviknight and... I just don't really have any good leads. Let me see. Corviknight. Heracross. No. Corviknight. Farigiraf. And then we'll have Heracross and Chestnut in the back. I think, actually, no, we don't want Chestnut in the back. We want Aegislash in the back. That's my bad. This could get rough. We actually want Aegislash in this game. Not Chestnut. So, Como has Clanging Scales. Mouse will just follow me, right? So it's going to go for, like, support stuff. Just a setup Pokemon. All right, I'm gonna set up Tailwind on this thing. Actually, I could try to go for Trick Room. No, we don't want to go for Trick Room. We want to go for Tailwind. Yeah, I cut Dazzling Gleam. Because I was thinking to myself that I think I would rather just click Hyper Voice, and if it's something I'd rather Dazzling Gleam, I can just Helping Hand my partner. And Como is soundproof. I'm just trying to get rid of this mouse hold so I can sweep the Como. We knew it was going to go for Follow Me anyway. Como still outspeeds. It makes sense. Okay. How many turns of Tailwind do I have left? I was thinking that I would eventually go into Heracross. Because I can't switch with Gengar in, which is fine. Yeah, I know. They're going to Mega Gengar. Switches happened before Mega, so I could switch out there, but I don't want to play into Clanger getting something. But what are they going to do with the Gengar? Just Icy Wind? Hmm. So if I Tailwind before Tailwind expires, it fails, right? I can't just refresh the Tailwind. The Como is so huge. I'm going to try to Trick Room here. Oh, never mind. I could have maybe set that up last turn. So that way with the buffs on Como, maybe we get there. Hmm. Oh my god, and my Tailwind Peter's out. And they have one more Pokemon, right? So then they just Perish Song here. I might be able to sweep their whole shit, though. We'll see. I could definitely see them protecting Como and just going for Perish Song. Earthquake? Nah. Yeah, they still outspeed me. So I've got to double up on this thing. There we go. I was hoping that it would one-shot, but it did go through. So then we redirect Body Press and it doesn't go through. Icy Wind sweeps. Yeah. Yeah, I was a bit too weird with the Corviknight for Farigiraf. Yeah. I think that was just a manifestation of my unsureness if I wanted to go for Trick Room or Tailwind. Another similar idea. I'm going to lead Farigiraf Heracross so I can not get faked out and just delete something. I can click Close Combat into like 90% of what they have. And then I like Chestnut in the back. And Aegislash. Aegislash also lines up into Gengar. And if I do end up going for Trick Room on Farigiraf, then Aegislash can do some work. Your team feels like it always wants to open Heracross, because if you can one-shot 1 or 2 mons, the tempo from that is enough to win. That is very true. So, yeah, with Gengar on the field, it's great because they can't retreat the Incineroar into it, reading the close combat. We stop Fake Out with Armor Tail. And what's great, too, is we can click Close Combat on whatever comes in and then Trick Room. They forgot to Mega Evolve the Gengar. So I actually have to retreat the Farigiraf here, because if this team gets locked in with Gengar, then it doesn't do anything. Push the lead. So we fight, set up the Trick Room. And we push the lead with Close Combat into Komo-o. We win by just knocking out the Komo-o. Yeah, and they've got soundproof on the Komo-o so that it doesn't hear the Perish song. I don't know if the crit matters, if I'm supposed to go for Helping Hand. They need to have, like, another Ghost in the back. Another meal for Heracross. And Gengar goes down to its own Perish song. Wait, why did Sucker Punch fail? Sucker Punch doesn't negate my attack, right? It just makes the Sucker Punch hit first. Oh, it's because they targeted Farigiraf? If I go for a spread attack like Dazzling Gleam, does King Gambit still go down? Okay. So if I Hyper Voice, it doesn't matter, right? I just have to go for Helping Hand. That way it's guaranteed even if they Sucker Punch one or the other. Oh my god, Armor Tail stopped Sucker Punch? Hyper Voice just in case it attacks Heracross and kills it somehow. Oh my god, Armor Tail is such a broken ability. I'm so glad we have this gallant, mighty steed on our team. So in this scenario, they would win if I didn't have Pokemon in the back. Because Gengar faints last. Wait, what? Heracross, you live? What? You almost gave up your momentum by switching. I didn't think about that. I do think the crit mattered. So I needed to Helping Hand the what's the name. Let's do the calc. Let's do the calc. I haven't played any of the newer games. I had no idea they gave my boy Girafarig an evolution. Yeah, Farigiraf is so goated. Hang on, let me see. Computer, pull up damage calculator. All right, Heracross, Adamant. We're running Guts instead of Moxie. If we were running Moxie, then we just, like, Giga Sweep there. Oh, using the shop tickets? That's for us to visit the shopkeeper over here. I was trying to get the shop tickets implemented, but I never adjusted their price. Parashon goes in reverse speed order. He would have always lose that because Heracross outspeeds Gengar with Scarf. I didn't know that the knockout goes in reverse speed order. I was thinking that the Moxie wouldn't matter because that's the first time I've set up a game where Heracross just clicks close combat across from whatever's across from it. I usually always end up switching. I forgot what it does, to be honest. I'm sorry, I haven't watched in a while, but I hope you've been well. Yeah, no worries, G-Kraka. If we're on Moxie, then the crit doesn't matter. Yeah, let me calculate that real quick, because, like, King Gambit with Chople... No, it was Komowo, right, that got crit. The King Gambit survived with Chople. Yeah, crit mattered. This is before investment. It's a guaranteed 2-hit KO. But if I'm +1 from Moxie... Yeah, still not a guaranteed. So I would need to Helping Hand. Without the buff... Yeah, with Moxie Helping Hand, it does clean up the Komodo there. So yeah, we put Moxie back on. I'm getting digged down right now. I think I'm still rank 4. It's crazy out here in the streets. I'm also learning a lot. That's the thing. You break into the next tier, and then you start getting mixed in with people who are playing more meta stuff. And then you learn, adjust, and absorb. Wait, no, I don't want to continue battling. I need to go back out to the trainer. Damn it. Sorry, fat fingered that. I will definitely be sending a sternly worded letter. The earthquake still hasn't really felt that great on Heracross, if I'm being really honest. But I guess the chip damage might matter in some spots. I think you have to start looking at your Heracross as the 1 and 2 drops from Noxus that you're playing in an aggro deck. The other 2 mons are the top deck decimates. Mm-hmm. I'm trying to play too reactive, definitely. I doubt anything is going to be better in that slot when you're choiced. Yeah. What was I doing? Oh, yeah, we wanted to put Moxie back on the Heracross. Play for the momentum. I think we put Spiky Shield on. I think I remembered that already. Yeah, we remembered Spiky Shield. With that Heracross, you're either setting up the tempo of the game or you're playing catch-up all match. That is very true, because there are certain big threats that, you know, I just can't handle. And Shadow Sneak on the Aegislash is quite cool. I like using Acro on my Sneasler, but I feel like it's only good if I can do it right or if I'm fighting against another Sneasler. So I think my best course of action is to switch that move out for Fake Out and keep coaching Close Combat Dire Claw. I'm not sure about Sneasler sets. I just kind of assume that they have Fake Out and just go from there. I know the acrobatics, it's like it deals extra damage when you don't have an item, which combines with Sneasler's Unburden. I think you're basically trying to combine 2 different sets, right? Where you want to do close combat, eat your white herb to get Unburden, and then you have acrobatics as an additional move on top of that to maybe fight other Sneaslers. And what does coaching do again? Is it like Helping Hand? All right, Snow Team. Aegislash should be pretty good here. I've never seen this team not just immediately open with Mega Frostlass and just get it going. Because they can do like Frostlass and then Mousehold follow me. Coaching boosts your allies' attack and defense. Oh. I mean, if they follow me, then Heracross just deletes the Mousehold. And then what if I lead Heracross Armarouge? Heracross deletes Mousehold when they go for follow me, and then it's gone, and then Armarouge gets to arm cannon the Frostlass. We don't really want to run Chestnut into Blizzard stuff. But Aegislash and Farigiraf are actually really strong, I think, into this team. There's maybe a world where they try to completely outplay me and the Mousehold is Zoroark instead. So if I go for close combat, we get bodied. But at the same time, Frostlass would still do Frostlass things. Bear Tick? Or I wide guard. Because I think Mega Frostlass is faster than me. I wonder if they'll call this out. Because this is one of those games where I could maybe try to go for Throat Chop. All right. This feels really bad. Taunt. Oh, wow. They read the wide guard. They know about the technology. Frostlass didn't go for Protect. Has upper hand? I don't know. Hey, it still knocks out through the Aurora Veil. Oh my god, we cooked this turn. Let's go. That's my first time actually beating a Frostlass lead, like, straight up. Auroras is part rock. We're going to click close combat on that. They did have the Zoroark. Oh my god. So Zoroark actually outspeeds. So I can switch the Armarouge into Farigiraf, trying to call out Bitter Malice. I'm not... Shit, the Zoroark? No. I respect the Zoroark. You gave me the work, Zendo. I have immense respect for this ghost. They were probably hoping that I know the Armarouge. No, I don't want... Armarouge gets outsped. Armarouge did work. So you're part ghost, so I can't Hyper Voice. I'm choiced, so I can't do that either. We could send out Aegislash. And then Protect. You keep talking about my boy not doing his job again. I can't... You have no idea how happy I am to see you play this Heracross correctly. I was waiting so patiently for that. I appreciate your nuanced approach to letting me figure some stuff out for myself. All right. So we King Shield Trick Room. You might get swept here? Maybe. So now we've got Trick Room. So now I can Iron Head the Zoroark. And Farigiraf can help with this. Lord have mercy on my soul. We're still in Trick Room. We're still in Trick Room. I can't believe I have to hold my breath like that. Yeah, unlucky. Oh, man. If Zoro didn't have Sash shaking my head, he could have won. They don't have the tech like you, Zendo. Okay. What the hell is this? I think it's a Farigiraf Heracross opener again. They're going to lead with... There's a lot of crazy stuff they could lead with. But I have moves on Heracross for everything. If they lead Charizard, I Rock Slide. If they lead Incineroar, I just Close Combat. They lead Gardevoir, I Throat Chop. They lead Sneasler, we double up. And with Sneasler and Incineroar, that's double Fake Out, so we have to lead Farigiraf. And then in the back, against this nonsense, looking at my team, they're like, oh, Bug, Steel, like, they're going to bring Charizard. So we want to bring Armarouge. And Aegislash gives me a little bit into Whimsicott and Gardevoir. Man's got half a Sun team, and the other half is Blizzard Sweep. You're in Ultraviolet hell for sure. I've got Close Combat aggro and some kind of Tail Room thing, so we're also playing random stuff. Protect? Is it Protect Rock Slide or Hyper Voice Rock Slide? You don't need to protect against anything, because we outspeed. Wait, they Prankster Tailwind. Oh my god, wait a minute. So we do protect. We needed to lead Armarouge, maybe? I didn't think about the Whimsicott. Prankster Tailwind, Heat Wave. We might be cooked here. I should have led Armarouge to Wide Guard into Rock Slide. I didn't think about that. Rain is harder to play than... Oh, never mind. Oh my god! That's brutal! They didn't Tailwind? The Charizard is definitely a little bit bulky. Sorry to send this, but like, just look at this real quick. It's peak turn 1. So I'm anticipating another fire move. We go for Armarouge. There's the Tailwind. Predicted the Heat Wave. Farigiraf, you survive this because you're the GOAT. Thank you. Let me eat my snack, my roasted berry, into hyper voice. Sing the song of your people. We get Flash Fire. What's going to eat this arm cannon? Show me. Mouse hold potentially has Follow Me, so we just click hyper voice again. Helping Hand, Dazzling Gleam? Helping Hand, Moonblast. We eat that too! Farigiraf, you're so strong! Bruh. Flash Fire boosted arm cannon in the sun. Yodelee-hoo. Oh, I gotta put that on the soundboard for Hyper Voice. The super old like Disney shorts, like yodelee. That super old sound effect. If I put that on the soundboard, I'll put it in the YouTube video. I'll edit it in. It'll be hilarious. Oh my god. I hope you appreciated that joke, YouTube viewer. Yo. Oh my god. That was a good game, right? We had the sickness. I was thinking, why didn't they go for Tailwind turn 1? Because I think if they go for Tailwind turn 1, then oh my god. I think we got lucky there. I think that leading the Farigiraf was incorrect. It's because they had Sneasler and Incineroar, so I have to lead Farigiraf. But because they lead Whimsicott Charizard, what else can I do? Yeah, I know, the Tailwind Heat Wave would have been rough. It was a good game. You pressed the Nintendo Approve button and you won. Oh yeah, let me scroll back up for it. I don't have TikTok, so I don't know if it'll let me watch it without logging in. Hang on. Arcanine, Whimsicott. Whimsicott protects. Sucker Punch. Ooh, Arcanine. Get set down low. Heat Wave. Arcanine doesn't learn Flash Fire, right? Very nice. The Sucker Punch really cooked there. I gotta always, I've never gotten Sucker Punched by a King Gambit. They just never click it against me. I don't know what's going on. Tight. Well played there. Arguably, you could have led Armarouge here, and then if they had Incineroar for the fake out, you could switch in for it. That was the play. We lead Armarouge. That way we leave it in with Wide Guard. Or we hard switch to yeah. Wait, actually no? That doesn't work? You win because you didn't have armor. This is Sand Core. They weren't expecting you to be fast. That's why you won. Oh, that's true. They weren't expecting Choice Rock Slide on Heracross. They thought they would just naturally outspeed. That's why they didn't go for Tailwind. You're right. You're absolutely right. Yeah. So they kind of got cheesed. They got cheesed out really, really hard. And their Whimsicott flinched. So we lead Heracross. They can't put anything in the game across from me. Chestnut's low-key kind of good here. We lead Armarouge and Heracross, so that way we can wide guard against a Rock Slide. And we've got Chestnut in the back. Aegislash maybe helps me clean up versus Delphox and Whimsicott. I would need to outspeed. Oops. I guess I'm bringing Corviknight. Uh-oh. We've got Corviknight in the back. That might actually be fine. So they lead Whimsicott Delphox. So there's the weird part where they potentially... I could Wide Guard and click Earthquake here. I do have Rock Slide as well. I'm not really sure what Mega Delphox does. Levitate. Oh man, I didn't go for Wide Guard. Oh, Heat Wave is single target. I'm thinking, what's the one that hits both? No, wait, Heat Wave is the multi-target one, right? It missed? It just missed? Oh my god, I'm so lucky. Heracross is just too fast. Focus? Okay. He dodged it, okay. So Mega Delphox is faster than me? Yeah, now we hit the Wide Guard. We're locked into Throat Chop. Oh! The Wide Guard beats Dazzling Gleam! Oh my god! Oh, the Wide Guard. The dopamine of clicking Wide Guard. Endeavor! Focus Sash Endeavor? Oh my god. Tell me I outspeed this little goblin. And there's Tyranitar. I'm unfortunately locked into Throat Chop. So we bring in Corviknight? Just Aura Sphere it? Yeah, we can just Aura Sphere the Tyranitar. We can just Throat Chop the Whimsicott then. Corviknight, Tailwind. They might protect. Quick Claw! Oh my god, what a real game. Yeah, Armor's gonna die to Sand, so it's better to just get some extra damage out of it. Oh, wait a minute. This is gonna be... What slot? Quick Claw Rock Slide! Ayya! Ayya! Oh, no. I could definitely see this Quick Claw frickin' Rock Slide being someone's villain origin story. So we set up Tailwind. And then I can close combat the... Wait, no, there's no need to Tailwind. You're right. We go for just Iron Head on the Sinistcha. Oh, Rage Powder. I forgot about Rage Powder. Oh, I forgot about Rage Powder. Oh my god, I forgot about Rage Powder. I should have. I needed to bring in Chestnut because it's immune to Rage Powder. And then I can just body press the Tyranitar. I thought you were going to click Rock Slide. No, 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 no. We outspeed Tyranitar naturally, right? Do you see what I said or no? Charizard, Charizard, Charizard. I have one more clip to show you. Yeah, wait till after the... Remind me after this match. Because I know I tend to just instantly re-queue. So Tyranitar's down. We're just going to set up on this thing. We're just going to Leech Seed. They still have Whimsicott, which also dies to the Sandstorm. There's two turns of Sandstorm. They can maybe get an Endeavor off, so I want a Spiky Shield against the Whimsicott, don't I? It's immune to Leech Seed. Yeah, we want a Spiky Shield here because of Endeavor. And just let it go down to the sand. Oh, let's go. Let's go. Yes. I'm so glad we remembered to put that on our Pokemon. The way I was thinking about this is that the 4X Body Press Chestnut always wins versus Tyranitar, so I thought you were going to knock out Sinistcha with Heracross. Yeah, I would bring out Heracross, and then I can just click Rock Slide or like Throat Chop into it. Yeah, the Sinistcha can't 1v2. I didn't realize that Leech Seed was that grass type Pokemon were immune to getting Leech Seeded, but I guess it makes sense. We don't have a lot of damage, but we should have enough. You know, I think what my team needs is unironically Mega Chestnut. That's annoying. But because it's 1v2, we have double chance of crit. Yeah, they have to out heal and burn my Mons every turn. There's one more turn of Sandstorm, right? No. Okay, now it's finally down. We've got leftovers. Yeah, it's over. They're holding on though. Corviknight. I forgot to pick my 4th Pokemon. And Corviknight ended up just coming through and being a homie. Just watching this Pokemon doing its job makes that apparent. Corviknight knew you needed him. That's true. I had the Tailwind threat. It's another Link. Where'd you send it? Corv is what killed the Sinistcha, though, because Chestnut was doing no damage to it. That is true. The Corviknight ended up being quite strong there, because it's another Steel type into Sand. but I also have something that doesn't get bodied by earthquake. So overall, it was pretty good. I had Iron Head. I'm wondering if Pluck would have been better. But Iron Head is anti-fairy tech. Where did you post Charizard? I would definitely like to watch that clip, and then I'm gonna get out of here for the night. I gotta get some dinner, and I'm pretty sure I got a couple thumbnails in my queue to work on. And honestly, I would like to edit down the VOD from yesterday and maybe some of the highlight games from today. This is my first ever clip of this game, and holy, there's a reason why I call her Queen Gambit. Hang on, there we go. Let me restart it. Dire Claw takes down a Mimikyu. Now, Mimikyu, its disguise thing is like multi-scale, right? Or like it takes reduced damage for the first hit. Fire Blast? What? Oh my god, you live that? Yo. Oh, that's insane. It's better than multi-scale. It's a free substitute. Oh, so the first hit it takes can only be a maximum of a third of its health? That's, oh my goodness. You're running a really weird spread on Queen Gambit, aren't you? That's brutal. Hey God, we gotta calc that. That's brutal. Hang on a second. Delphox, Mega, Fire, and it hit Fire Blast. It wasn't even like a regular. With no investments, it's a guaranteed OCO. Honestly, this was a really fun stream. We learned a lot. The first hit it takes for free. For the most part, you take 12% of your HP after the hit, or is it 6%? Either way, it's very tanky. That's why it's used as a Trick Room setter. Oh, that's right. It wasn't Mega. You're right. Still says guaranteed OCO. And so if you're max Spadef, how do you survive that? If you're max Spadef with a plus nature, I didn't even put in the calcs over here for special attack. Max special attack Delphox. How do you, what? Wait, was Sand, did I see that Sand was up in that clip? Does Sand reduce Fire Blast? No, Sand wasn't up in that clip. What? That's such a brutal calculation. Delphox, you survive with 1 HP? Wait, Dark Steel, full HP investment? Full Spadef, full HP. It has to be you're running a plus special defense nature then, is the only way, right? That's, you have a almost 7%, slightly less than 7% chance to survive the Fire Blast. If that's a max special attack Delphox. Wait, no. With a plus special attack nature, it's guaranteed. I have no clue how you live that. The Delphox must have gotten a special attack drop somewhere along the way. It's just max HP, max attack. That's one of those, like, detective solve the mystery of how King Gambit survives with 1 HP here. Because if you're just running a max HP, max attack with a plus attack nature, adamant, the only answer I can come up with is if that Delphox had a -1 special attack somewhere along the way. I feel like you know what your team does now. At the beginning of the stream, you're unsure of what to lead and stuff, but now you know what you are: a filthy aggro player and rock slide meta abuser. The rock slide, listen, to be fair, we only click rock slide against Charizard, pretty much. Right? They deserve it. If you're going to be running chlorophyll sleep powder, you deserve the rock slide. So how do we beat the chlorophyll sleep powder again? So they have to sleep the Heracross. We lead Armarouge, Heracross. If they sleep the Armarouge, it wakes up with its Lumberry and punches with Arm Cannon. And then we click Rock Slide. And if they sleep the Heracross, Heracross doesn't have Protect, remember, because it's scarfed. They have to sleep Heracross to avoid the Rock Slide. So they specifically have to immediately Mega Evolve. Wait. Hang on a second. Were we outspeeding Charizards in those exchanges or nah? We changed the lead with Armor and Gira. So it's lead with Farigiraf and Armarouge. Armarouge focuses down Venusaur with Arm Cannon. We protect with Farigiraf. And then Venusaur goes down. And then we switch in Heracross with a Wide Guard. Oh my god, that line is so sick, Root. I can't wait for it to present itself again. Oh my god, that's like something I need to write down. Hang on a second. All right, hang on a second. Versus Venusaur plus Zard. We lead Farigiraf. Oh, you know what we could do as well? Is we can lead Chestnut in Armarouge. We lead Farigiraf because it gives us safety versus Fake Out, in case they don't lead specifically that. But there's a world where you lead the Chestnut to bait them into casting a fire move, and you Spiky Shield. And then you do the same play, but Spiky Shield like baits them a little bit harder because they need to sleep powder the Armarouge because they can't sleep powder the Chestnut. You see what I mean? Okay. Oh my god. Arm Cannon Venusaur. Switch in Hera plus Wide Guard. Then Rock Slide. So then they have to protect the Charizard, which they most likely won't do because they think that they're faster than Heracross. I guess it depends on the rest of their team if you want Giraffe Rig or Chestnut. And there's a crazy world, you know, where I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna run Solar Beam on my chest. No, it's a special move. Solar Blade? Does Chestnut learn Solar Blade? I didn't even look. It's not like that's a good move or anything. I don't want to be too precious, too cheeky with it. But that's such a crazy lead. And that's what's also really fun about making your own team is you get to learn it more holistically. And you're coming up with your own lines and stuff into, because there's a lot of teams, right, that if you just pick up the team and say, I'm just going to do what I saw in the video, you only have the experience vicariously of 2 or 3 games. You know, you don't know some of these weirder lines. And of course, in Ultra Ball Hell, people are playing some incredibly random teams. So it's kind of like chess, where you can watch a video about chess and they're like, I'm going to play this specific opening today, the Sicilian. And like, you're okay. Now I know how to play Sicilian against these random things. But if you aren't playing out the moves yourself and understanding the positions holistically, as soon as your opponent does something unexpected and leads you into uncharted territory, throws you off of your game, throws you off of your prep, and then you start to get outplayed. They would have to outspeed your Heracross and also not use Heat Wave to win against your line. But I don't even know if Mega Charizard has a single target fire move on his set. That is very true. Having Flash Fire Wide Guard to mess with Sun teams has been a joy. The dopamine of Wide Guard on that one team, that game where I did Wide Guard and they did Dazzling Gleam and Earthquake or something like that. I think we still lost, but it was so sick. Not even Quick Claw can stop me. But this was a great stream. I'm loving this team even more. I really wish that we get Mega Chestnut. I'm going to Angry Salt post right now on Twitter and be like, okay, listen. If a Mega is in the game, the Mega Stone needs to be in the shop. Like, that's the way it needs to be. It's one thing if you're able to get the Pokemon immediately. That's your prerogative. Good job, because you played ZA, you played Scarlet and Violet, you already put all the time and effort into playing those games, beating those games, raising those Pokemon. I'm happy for you to use Pokemon Home and have some meta stuff day one. That's great. I choose to use the tools that are inside the game to build my team, and that's what I did. And the fact that I cannot add a Pokemon that was offered to me in the game in its Mega form, which is also in the game, is completely ridiculous. Charizard has Weather Ball. Interesting. So yeah, I'm definitely going to be posting some messages, because I haven't seen anybody talk about, oh, I literally didn't even know that Mega Chestnut was not in the shop, because I was just using Mega Dragonite and I was going from there. But I haven't seen anybody talk about, wow, I didn't realize these Mega Stones weren't in the shop. But my post that I made about how annoying it is when you're in lower ranks to be forced to play against bots when you lose like once or twice is also a big annoying waste of time. Exactly. We're just lucky none of them are tier 0. And they don't have to be tier 0. They could just be a solid team that you want to play, right? As soon as Wolf or another big content creator, it might have already happened. If somebody's going to build a Mega Delphox, Mega Chestnut, Mega Greninja team, everybody's going to be like, oh, I can't build this team because I don't have ZA. Everybody was playing, you know, the basic teams at first that you get for free, and Frostlass was kind of flavor of the day, and Sun was flavor of the day. But now we're probably going to start getting into some nonsense, because I think Mega Delphox is starting to get a little bit more traction, and people are going to be like, oh, what do you mean Mega Delphox? Delphoxite or whatever isn't in the shop. Gross. Yo, what's up for Necro? I'm actually just about to end the stream. I know it's a bit of a debate because my last couple streams have been way longer. But actually, before I get out of here, let's show off the squad. This is the new Knighthood squad. We go to train and then replica teams. So I can share my battle team, and that way I can look at all the stuff in the spreads. Oops. There we go. So we've got, I put mental herb on Corviknight because I wasn't sure what else I'd rather it to carry, just so that it can't get taunted when I'm going for Tailwind. This is the squad because we can't get what we want for the gacha. Chestnut was originally supposed to be Mega Golurk, but I got Chestnut and I was like, that's a knight. And this Pokemon has thoroughly impressed me, even without the Mega Stone. Because apparently you can't get Chestnut's Mega Stone unless you import it from Legend ZA. But what a Pokemon. Armarouge has the Lumberry so that it can't get put to sleep with sleep powder. We're using it as like an anti-chlorophyll Venusaur sleep powder idea. Aegislash. We ended up replacing Swords Dance with Shadow Sneak because I wanted to have a little bit of priority so that I can clean up weak Mons that survive with only a handful of HP. And if I'm outside of Trick Room or something, and I know that I'm just going to get outsped and deleted, Shadow Sneak lets it get a little bit of chip damage before it goes down, which actually did matter earlier in the stream. Heracross, we finally realized that we need to basically rework our leads around Heracross coming in and deleting something with close combat. I do have to apologize for the Rock Slide. That's also there as just anti-sun tech. I think that's the only time we really clicked Rock Slide, right? Was to clear that Charizard and maybe against Ice. I'm so happy that you stayed true to yourself and used your own favorite Pokemon. You were able to brew your very own breed of Scarf Pokemon using Rock Slide. It's so funny, right? It's like that meme, The Illusion of Choice. Where it's like that cow that's standing in that corridor, the illusion of choice, but both leads to choice scarf rock slide. So messed up. It's kind of like when you're playing a silly homebrew deck, but then your win con is Rally. You're like, check it out. Look at my silly, quirky Chungus deck. And then you just click Rally and just beat up your opponent. Every Runeterra video other, it's like, is this deck meta or original? It's a good deck, sir. Looks inside, Rally. And then Farigiraf, the noble steed. I overwrote Dazzling Gleam with Helping Hand, and it's kind of goated. I actually like having Helping Hand to just be like, you know what? I'm doubling down on my damage dealers. Armarouge, Aegislash, Heracross. Sometimes they need just a little bit of extra help. It does sting a bit when you're across from like ghosts and stuff, and you're like, or dragons, and you're like, man, I would really love to click Dazzling Gleam here to get some extra damage. But it all kind of works out in the end. I've got Protect on Farigiraf, so that if I need to Trick Room, I can maybe try to bait if they double up on it. Any knight can make another knight team comp. I could definitely see a world where you don't run Protect on Farigiraf and you have Dazzling Gleam in that slot, and you just hope that Farigiraf is bulky enough to just survive being doubled on, or B, whatever you have next to it is so threatening that they have to go after that and Farigiraf is free. I think I want a solid curve into a turn 5 rally. Oh, daring, aren't we? Yeah, you know what this team really needs? I need something that's fast but hits hard. Maybe does some spread damage. Maybe fighting type coverage, you know? Rock Slide's a good move. You know? But let me tell you, Armor Tail has got to be one of the sexiest abilities in this game. Oh my god. Farigiraf My beloved. Farigiraf, my beloved. The noble steed. I can't glaze this Pokemon enough. All right, but I am going to get out of here. I really appreciate all of your support and just chiming in with your thoughts, helping me learn. I forgot to show off the stat spreads. And somehow it doesn't matter how you climb, Incineroar will always press Fake Out into Armor Tail. Armor Tail and Queenly Majesty are goated. That was really silly because I'm like, oh, they're gonna go for something else because they can't Fake Out. And so you try to play for that, but then they go for the Fake Out anyway. And that's another thing as well. A lot of players might have accidentally climbed a little bit too high. You know, you spin your recruit day one, you got Incineroar, and then you built something really strong and you're just popping. I don't want to, like, you know, I make misplays all the time, obviously. Like, I don't want to pretend like, oh, you got carried by this strong team and so you actually are bad at the game. Because literally, there was that one time I played against Tinkaton. I was like, oh yeah, Tinkaton has Fake Out. I'm going to lead Farigiraf. But Tinkaton also has Mold Breaker, which I forgot about. So its Fake Out goes through Armor Tail because Mold Breaker means that all of your moves and stuff aren't affected by abilities. So I got completely blown out of the water and lost that game. And then when I played against Charizard and Rune earlier, they both also mopped me up. I had the completely wrong leads. Me swap in Incineroar, me click Fake Out, me parting shot. That's just, it's such a natural rotation. I have Bright Powder. There's a 10% chance you'll miss. And we were getting bodied a little bit by Quick Claw too, which is so funny. Quick Claw on Tyranitar into Rock Slide is so troll. The funny part is when they add more items to the game, Quick Claw becomes less efficient. You know what I mean? And so that's why you don't see it again. Please click the 3 Quick Claw procs. Exactly. There's a world where they just haven't played against Farigiraf. And then they're going to be like, oh, I didn't know about this interaction. And then they learn. And I think I lost a few games versus certain interactions as well. Where I was like, oh, what? Why the hell did that deal so much damage? Or, you know, that I kept forgetting that Sinisha gets Rage Powder. Definitely was something I kept forgetting over and over again today. All right, but I am going to go. And now people are also starting to release tier lists, so we're going to be seeing a lot more people building better teams in general. Is the amount of HP investment in Heracross meant to outlive a specific move? I just wasn't really sure what else I wanted to invest in. Is it better to invest in HP or your defensive stats? Like, is it better if this HP investment is defense investment? Why is that Snorlax so fast? When did it learn Dark Pulse? The speed investment is very specifically with Choice Scarf to outspeed Sneasler. When I built this Heracross, I was expecting to see way more Sneasler. And so that's what this is for. Because with this investment, it hits 190. If I try to get my defenses to 100 or 110, then HP. Okay. So I could take away the special defense investment, take away some of the HP, boost up defense into that range, and then put the rest into HP. Okay. Because the way the calculation works, it's better to have defense or special defense over HP. Now that I know a little bit more about how things kind of work under the hood. And with Aegislash, when you're in shield stance, you get maxed defenses, so you just invest into HP. Farigiraf is just insane. I could maybe take a little bit of HP investment out of Farigiraf as well. to bolster my defense. It depends on what you're going to switch your Mon into. That is true. Because I could probably try to make Heracross a little bit more specially defensive, so that way it can live like Dazzling Gleam and Moonblast, some of these big fairy moves that people are clicking into it. So that could be a consideration as well, where I take HP investment away and go full into Spadef. There was one calc. There was like a Moonblast or something earlier in the stream where it survived. Just barely. So I'll have to maybe run some calculations to see if it's worth that investment. Do some calcs. If it doesn't matter, then just go max speed. Yeah. It puts me into an even better speed tier, because sometimes even with Scarf, you know, I can still get outsped. All right, but that's a really good discussion as well. If I find some time to do some calculations and some research, I'll share those at the beginning of the next stream. But have a great night, everybody. Pokemon Champions is actually litty. No, it's fine. I'm getting like super hungry, so I'm just building up an appetite. And you know me, I love to yap, so never blame yourself if I decide to stick around and talk a little bit more. But yeah, peace out, y'all.